Somebody on my staff thought I needed a stress ball. I picked the soft one. There's soft, medium, and I guess harder. So I'm going to see how I do with this. You guys can keep an eye on me, see how I'm doing, all right? All right. I'm glad you all made it back. I appreciate that. We are back on the record with State of New Jersey versus Paul Caneiro. It's indictment number 19-02-0283. Can I have the appearances of counsel for the record?
Good morning, Assistant Prosecutor Nicole Wallace on behalf of the state.
Good morning, Judge Chris Decker, Assistant Prosecutor for the state.
Good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor. Monica Masculine, attorney on behalf of Mr. Paul Caneiro, is present.
Thank you, Judge. Good morning. Andy Murray for Mr. Caneiro.
All right. Good morning to you both. Good morning, Mr. Caneiro. All right. We're going to continue with the cross-examination. Detective, can you come back up? Detective, I want to remind you you're still under oath, okay?
Yes, Judge.
All right, thank you. Counsel, when you're ready.
Thank you, Judge. All right, Detective, good morning.
Good morning.
I just wanted to touch on a slightly different topic to start off today. In 2018, Paul was receiving three different payment in terms of disability from three different sources, right?
Yes.
And that would have included Social Security, right?
Yes.
It would have included an insurance company called Unum,
Yes.
and it would have included an insurance company called Sun Life.
Yes.
Now, when you put your chart together to show the revenue that Paul earned in 2018, we saw that the Unum payments were the same for both years. They were the same for 2017 and 2018.
Yes.
The Sun Life payments were not the same, and they were, you showed $60,000 from Sun Life in 2017 and $9,540 in 2018.
Can I refer to my
Oh, yeah, sure.
reports for July and December, please?
Sure. Showing you S39 and S40.
Thank you.
Okay. Now, what we know in terms of Sun Life was that in 2017, Paul had received a lump sum payout from Social Security, right?
Yes.
And Sun Life ceased payments to Paul because they had compensated him more than they would have had he had been getting that Social Security the entire time, right?
Understood.
That's correct, though, right?
Correct.
Okay. So Paul didn't get a check again from Sun Life until the end of 2018.
Correct. 2 checks.
But once that offset that Sun Life took from Social Security came to an end, they began to issue checks to Paul again.
Correct.
Right? And so they did issue checks to Paul at the end of December 2018, right?
Correct.
And then in January of 2019,
There were payments in 19, but my analysis for my purposes here at this trial encompassed 2017 and 18 only.
So I'm just going to talk to you about documents that you received as part of your investigation, okay?
Okay.
Because I think you've looked at them, like you said. And those documents show that Sun Life began payment again, and they made payments to Paul in February 20th of 2019.
Objection.
So I'm going to sustain the objection as to that question, but I'm going to allow counsel to ask it differently.
All right. So, Detective, let's just go back here 1 second. What we know is that in 2018, Social Security began paying to Paul monthly payments of $2,446. Right?
Yes.
Okay. So, on an annual basis, that would be $29,352.
Which is what I have listed for 2018, yes.
And then in 2019, we know that checks from Unum continued to go to Paul in the regular amount that they always had.
We're not going into 2019. Just remember, you can ask a question relating to moving forward. Detective, let me ask you a question so that I understand.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, and I want you to just answer the question that I'm asking you, nothing else. Okay. The annual amount from Sun Life Disability, let's take out the lump sum. What would it be every year? Do you know the answer to that question? Whether this case happened or not, what is the number?
I cannot tell you what it would be into that, moving forward beyond the years of the scope of why I'm here to talk about his finances for 2017 and 18. I don't have the exact number moving forward.
Okay.
There's a lot of moving parts to it based on other disabilities that he would be getting.
Okay. But would it be more than 9,000, which is what is listed in your report? Do you know that one way or another?
I don't know that, Your Honor.
Okay. I'll see if you want to ask a follow-up to that, because now I understand. Let's see where it goes.
Okay. So, what I was saying before is, you know that I understand that your review of this case was limited to the years 17 and 18.
For my purposes here at this trial, yes.
But we know very well, of course, that you received records outside of that period, both before and after.
Sun Life did provide additional payments in 2019.
And you know that those additional payments were for the amount of $7,430.
In which year?
In 2019, 2 payments were issued to Paul, 2 checks, both in the amount of $7,430.
You'll have to show me. I don't have that information in front of me.
Understood. Judge, this is D59.
Prosecutor, have you seen it?
Showing you D59.
Okay, thank you.
You can just look on the first and second pages of that.
Okay.
Tell me what it is that you're looking at.
These are checks payable to Paul Caneiro from Sun Life Insurance Company. There are checks dated, one in February and January of 19, and the other checks are all dated in 18 and in 17. Okay.
The checks in January and February of 2019 are for the same amount, right?
February is in the amount of $7,430, and the January check is in the same amount, yes.
Okay. So we have 2 checks now for $7,430. You know that Sun Life changed the benefit amount to offset for Social Security, right?
Yes,
You know that Paul was receiving over $2,400 a month in Social Security, right?
on average,
That
yes.
amounted to on average about $29,000 a year.
Correct,
On average, he was then going to be getting $7,430 a month from Sun Life, right?
correct,
And then over the course of a year going forward, he was going to get $104,000 from Unum.
correct.
Okay. So, and those are the disability policies that we're aware of in 2018 going into 2019, correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. You mentioned yesterday that much of the American Express bills that you saw in reference to Paul's personal accounts. Many of the bills you saw, the American Express, the credit card bills, right, primarily go to pay for what you call personal living expenses, right?
Yes,
Obviously, you talked about Paul having some fixed costs like a mortgage payment and insurance costs and property taxes and other taxes, right?
yes,
But a lot of what you reviewed were personal expenses that were not fixed costs, right?
sure. I obviously didn't include if they went to Starbucks and went out to lunch or to dinner, or, there's other areas that every single penny in the account is not documented.
Yeah, no, I'm not asking you if you documented every penny in the account. What I'm asking you is, when you looked at the American Express bill that was being paid out of Paul's personal account, what you said about it yesterday was that American Express bill represented charges that went largely to personal living expenses.
Yes.
Right. And personal living expenses are not fixed costs.
It doesn't have to be,
And a
but
person can, and I'm gonna move on from that. A person can reduce personal living expenses, of course. Any person is capable of doing that, right?
sure.
And a person who, obviously, when you looked at the mortgage payment of the house, did you at the time, when you were conducting this investigation, do any research or conduct any investigation into what the value of Paul's home would have been prior to November 20th of 2018?
I did not, but why would I do that?
I'm just asking if you did. I'm just asking if you knew that whether there were any renovations made to the home that increased its value, anything of that nature?
If there were renovations made to the home, then that would have been more expenses I could add on to the chart if it fell in the parameters of 2017 and 18.
So you're saying the answer to the question of were you aware of them is no?
I was not aware of it.
Got it. So basically, at $74.30 a month from Sun Life, Paul's looking at $89,160 a year from that insurance company alone, right?
Right?
And $104,000 from Una, right?
Right.
And $29,000 from Social Security, right?
It's a significant amount of money.
With a $3,000 mortgage, right?
And also payroll that the family was receiving from the businesses.
I'm asking you, not about payroll. I'm asking you about money from insurance Paul's getting and going forward, okay? I'm just asking you, just based on that, we know that Paul's fixed costs include a $3,000 mortgage,
Yes?
minimal, really utility costs, right?
Utilities,
There's vehicle leases, right?
significant.
Your characterization of the large American Express bills as personal living expenses, when you looked at the account, I think you'll agree, you didn't necessarily do a breakdown of like money that was withdrawn from ATMs from Paul's 3837 account, right?
I've seen a lot of ATM withdrawals from a variety of accounts. I've seen ATM withdrawals from the business accounts to the tune of over $60,000 a year.
Okay, yeah, that wasn't the question, but I agree. We could talk about that for a second. There were over $60,000 in ATM withdrawals from Square Martin.
Yes.
Square One in 2017 and in 2018, right? Yes?
Yes.
Okay. You conducted interviews with people who worked at Square One as part of this investigation, right?
I did, and when
And
I
you talked to-
conducted those interviews, I may not have had all of that banking information back, number one. Number two, I may not have had the ability to analyze 5 years' worth of one company. So when we were talking to those people early on, we may not have had the information that we now know 8 years later, 7 years later, 6 years later.
Uh-huh. Yeah, but you wrote notes about it, and you wrote a note that you talked to Tiffany Rivera, right?
We did talk to
And you
Tiffany.
talked to Tiffany Rivera, and Tiffany told you that the petty cash went to Keith, not Paul.
Well, I do know that there were ATM
I want you to answer
withdrawals in
the
Homedale,
question.
and there were
I
ATM
just want you to
withdrawals in
answer. I just
Asbury.
want you to answer the question. You talked to Tiffany Rivera, and Tiffany told you the petty cash the over $60,000 a year that you just thought it was so significant to mention, that money went to Keith and not to Paul.
That's okay. Keith owned 90% of the company.
The answer to that question is, she told you that or she didn't?
I don't
Did she go?
remember. You'll have to show me the report.
Okay. Who's Claudia?
Claudia is an individual who, based on my recollection, received checks to cash.
But Tiffany told you that Keith, she used the ATM money so that Keith could pay Claudia in cash.
But there's also checks to cash that were, I believe, signed by her too. I don't know her role, if she was a babysitter or a house cleaner. I don't recall the role, but I do recall hearing the name Claudia.
So you don't know who she is in this case.
Not exactly. I did not speak to her, no.
Okay. All right, so this is S41. These are your notes, right?
That's my handwriting. Yes. What area do you want me
I
to
just want you to see
specifically
right
look
there.
at? I have
These-
ATM, cash.
I'm sorry.
I can give you the base number, maybe?
Well,
Judge, I'm not sure they're numbered.
Can we talk about what the document is first, please? What do you have in your hand, Detective?
These appear to be my notes. It's dated in 2018.
Did you take notes in this case?
I did for this. This is numerous pages of notes.
And are
Do you
those
need me to
notes,
read?
are those notes, listen to me, are these notes, were they used to generate reports?
I did not specifically memorialize this meeting because the detectives that were...
The question I'm asking you is, are those notes, were they used to generate reports? That's all I'm asking.
I don't recall.
Okay. So you have notes that could be separate than your reports? Is that are you saying that?
Yes.
Okay. So these notes that we're talking about now, what are they from? Are they from interviews? Are they from something else? I need to understand what they are so the jurors understand what they are.
These appear to be notes of when I participated in the interview with Tiffany Rivera.
Okay. So at least now we know what they are. So, and I assume that they're not numbered? The page numbers are not numbered?
There are bait stamps on these notes, yes.
Okay. So on the page that Mr. Murray is asking you to look at, what's the Bates number on the side? Or wherever it is.
Mr. Murray, could you go back to that page because I don't have that in front of me.
55355.
Bates ending 355, I'm sorry.
Okay. Now you can ask your question.
You talked, that page reflects conversation that you were party to where Tiffany Rivera, employee at Square One, talks about the petty cash of the business.
Yes.
What she says about the petty cash is that Keith took a lot.
Yes.
No mention of Paul.
Not in my notes, no.
At this point in time, when you took these notes, you were investigating Paul, right?
I was investigating the allegations and the potential motive. Those notes were taken November 26th. The murders occurred on November 20th. This was 6 days later. I don't even recall if I received bank statements back from a grand jury subpoena at that point.
Well, okay. But the point is, you thought it was important to bring up for this jury, without me asking you a question about it at all, that there was a lot of petty cash taken from the businesses, right? That's a thing that we just saw happen.
I thought it's important because I could see the locations where the cash was taken out of, and it appeared twice a week. Once was in Homedale, where Keith Caneiro lived, and the other cash withdrawal was in either Ocean Township or Asbury. They were the same amount, maxed out at $700, because that's the max ATM withdrawal anyone could take back then at a given time. I noticed.
So I'm just pointing out. I'm just pointing out that today, with the jury here, you thought it was important to put that information out there, that there were a lot of cash withdrawals from the business. I didn't ask you that question. You volunteered that on your own. Is that right?
That's right.
Okay. But the truth of the matter is that money, that cash, that you know from talking to Tiffany, was going to Keith and not Paul.
Keith took a lot. She didn't say Keith took it all.
She didn't mention Paul, did she? Did she mention Paul in that statement? Did she mention Paul in that statement? Yes or no?
I do not have Paul written down on those notes. That doesn't mean it wasn't mentioned.
Do you take good notes or bad notes when you investigate a case? Do you take good notes or bad notes?
I take notes that are good notes.
Great. I'm sure you did that this time too.
I did.
Let's sum up here. 2017, we're talking about around $33,000 that come out of the trust account into Paul's account, right?
Yes.
2018, we're talking about $44,000 or so that come out of Paul's account, or come out of the trust account into Paul's account, right?
Yes.
We know that in 2017, Paul paid almost $20,000 from his own account to the insurance company for Keith, right?
Yes.
We know that in 2018, Paul paid $27,000 from his own account and put it into the J. Martin operating account, right?
Yes.
We know that that happened after the issue in April 11th when Keith was upset about the insurance, right?
Yes.
We know that that money went from J. Martin and it went into Keith's personal account, right? We know that it didn't go
It
back.
went from J. Morton to another business account and then went into Keith's account? The 1361 account?
The money goes from. I'm just trying to recap what we learned yesterday, right? Because we went through a lot of stuff. We saw that the money we saw it go from Paul to J. Martin and from J. Martin to Keith, right? We looked at the $10,000 and the $5,000 withdrawals, and it went to Keith's personal account.
It went from Paul to J. Martin into another business account numbered 1361. From there, it went to Keith's account.
All right, that's your recollection. That's fine.
That's what you showed me.
And then it went to an account in Greece, right?
Yep.
Okay. But not to the insurance, right?
No, it didn't
Okay.
have to
Thank
go
you.
to the insurance.
Thank you. You talked yesterday a lot about following the money and how following the money is really important, right?
Yes.
And that's something that you did throughout this case, right?
Yes.
And your involvement in this case started all the way back in November of 2018, right?
Yes, I investigated 2 different charges back then.
And it continues through to this very day.
As an expert witness testifying on a financial motive and talking about revenue streams going in an account and expenses, fixed or one-offs, leaving the account.
Here's my question to you. Did you follow the money in terms of what happened to the $3 million in the insurance policy?
Objection.
Sustained. You can. I'm going to ask it. Did your investigation reveal who received the death benefits as a result of Keith passing away and the rest of his family? From the insurance, the life insurance policy, do you know who received that money as a part of your investigation?
I know who the beneficiaries were.
That's not what I'm asking you. I'm asking you who actually received the money. Do you know?
I do not know.
You can ask your next question based upon whatever that is.
You don't know. I would imagine also that you didn't look into it.
When were they paid out?
You can't ask questions, Detective. You can only answer them from your witness chair.
I'm just asking if you looked into it.
I did not.
So you weren't interested in following that money, right?
I did not need to follow the money for the charges I was charging at that time.
All right, thank you. I have nothing further.
Redirect.
Detective, do you recall being asked on cross-examination about certain times when the TD Trust account was not fully funded?
Yes, I do.
Now, during those times when the account was underfunded, was there anything preventing the defendant from sending the money that was in the account to Canada Life?
Objection. This is not.
Overruled. Go ahead.
I'm sorry, could you repeat that, please?
During the times that the account may have been underfunded, was there anything preventing the defendant from sending that money that was in the account to Canada Life?
No.
There's no downside to it?
He could have sent the money to Canada Life.
You were asked on cross-examination about certain times when monies from the trust account would go back into the business. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Okay. And just to be clear, was the trust account funded through J. Martin or Square One through Keith's payroll?
Yes, it was.
Okay, and then you were asked about certain times then when that money would then go back into J. Martin and Square One. Is that correct?
Yes.
And I think you already did it, but can you just remind us of who owns 90% of Square One?
Keith Caneiro.
On cross-examination, do you recall being asked about an April 11th, 2018 email from the defendant to Keith?
Yes.
Specifically whereby I believe they asked about how the defendant indicated he selected the wrong bill payee for some of the 2017 and 18 payments that went to his school loan,
Yes.
and that he would pay the money back?
Yes.
All right, and then do you recall being asked on cross-examination some questions about the fact that after the date of that email, the defendant did pay some funds back into the J. Martin account? Do you recall that?
Yes.
And you, in fact, gave the defendant credit for that on those boards. Specifically, you indicated he paid $21,548 back into the J. Martin account after. Is that right?
That was the net effect of taking 5 out, putting 27 in. Approximately, I gave him the credit of $21,000 and change.
And I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, but were the dates that the defendant paid those funds back into the J. Martin account after the date of that April 11th email?
Yes.
Specifically, were those dates between April 26th and May 15th of 2018?
Yes.
Now, let me ask you this, Detective. After May 15th of 2018, did the defendant nonetheless continue to take withdrawals out of that TD Trust checking account?
Objection.
What is it? What's your objection? Go ahead. What's your objection?
Ultimate issue.
Yes, he did.
Okay. And specifically, after May 15th, after he paid that $21,000 and some dollars back, did he, in fact, make 16 transfers from that trust account into his own personal account?
Yes, he did.
And did that total $33,300?
Yes, he did.
Did you ever see any of those funds being paid back to that TD Trust account?
No, I did not.
Or to Keith Caneiro at all in any way?
No, I did not.
And from looking at those TD Bank statements that Mr. Weinstein had sent you, what do we know about those 16 transfers after May 15th that the defendant made from that TD Trust account?
From May, June, July, August, and September, those bank statements were altered.
S11. Speaking of that email, I'm going to show you what's been marked as S11. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
Is that the email we were just speaking about?
Yes.
Okay, and specifically, is that authored by who?
From Paul Caneiro.
To?
Keith Caneiro.
Okay, and the date?
Wednesday, April 11th, 2018.
Do you see where it says, I accidentally selected the wrong bill payee? Do you see that?
I had selected the wrong bill payee for some of the payments in 17 and 18, yes.
And where does the defendant say that those funds went to?
They went to a school loan.
Detective, of the 32 times that the defendant transferred money from that TD Trust checking account between 2017 and 2018 into his personal accounts, or any of those transfers, did you ever see them going anywhere other than his personal bank accounts?
No, they went into the personal bank account. There were payments. Let me refer to my report. There were payments in 2018 payable to Discover, and they were electronic payments, and the electronic note said student loan payment. That is really the only loan payment I could attribute, and that was $2,525.
Okay, but did those loan payments to Discover come from the defendant's personal accounts?
Yes.
Okay, what I'm asking is, did you ever see anything coming out of that TD Trust account in 2017 or 18 that went directly to pay a school loan?
No.
And in fact, did all of those transfers, all 32 of those transfers from 2017 and 18, did they go anywhere other than to the defendant's personal bank accounts?
No.
So nothing further.
Recross?
No, thank you, Judge.
Okay. Detectives, you can step down. Counsel, come up here for a second, please. State can call the next witness.
Thank you, Judge. The state calls Heather Cap.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, just so that you're aware, we don't allow witnesses to sit in. So that's the reason why they're not waiting for us just to call them in. We have to keep them outside. I don't want you to think that people are not prepared or whatever it is. It's required for them to stay outside. Okay? All right. Ma'am, come on over. Just watch your step when you step up. And if you don't mind, once you get comfortable, can you put your left hand on the Bible, raise your right hand for me? Again, when you're comfortable, take your time. You solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Okay. Take a seat, get yourself comfortable, and then when you are, can you state your full name for the record and spell your last name, please?
Heather Cap, C-A-P-P.
Okay. Prosecutor?
Thank you, Judge. Ms. Cap, good morning.
Good morning.
Ms. Cap, can you tell us where you live?
I live on Tilton Drive in Ocean Township,
Approximately how long have you lived?
approximately 15 years.
Now, I want to take you back to the early morning hours of November 20th of 2018. Do you remember that morning?
I do.
Now, was there a point in time when you were awoken from sleep that morning?
Yes.
Can you tell us exactly how that happened?
I woke to male voices outside my home. I turned, I looked at my clock. It was 4:30 a.m. in the morning. I got up, I opened my window shade, and I looked out my window. I saw two men running across the street with flashlights. They were in dark-colored clothing and black baseball hats. One ran to the front door and started banging on the door, and the other went into the neighbor's driveway, kneeled down, and was pointing the flashlight into Paul's backyard.
So let me just break that down for a second. You talk about you woke up, you believed it was approximately 4:30 a.m., correct?
Yes.
Okay. So based upon being woken up, what exactly did you physically do?
I woke up and I looked at my clock.
Okay. You look at your clock. Did you get out of bed?
I did. Got out of bed.
Once you got out of bed, where did you go?
To my window.
Now, your window, can you tell us what you can see from outside your window?
My bedroom window is to the top right of my house. When you're facing my house, I can see the Caneiro house and the neighbor's house. It's situated in the middle of both homes.
Okay. So, do you live on the same side of the street or the opposite side of the street from the Caneiro house you referenced?
Across the street.
Now, if I could just approach Judge, the witness with S1, I believe it's S1A 27 Tilton Drive, Alton.
Okay.
Scott, I'm just approaching you with S1A. If I could just show you first, slide 9. Do you recognize what's depicted in that photograph?
Yes.
And what is that?
The Caneiro home.
Okay. And when you referenced two different homes that you could see when you look out your window, correct?
Yes.
And you referenced this home, correct?
Yes.
And then whose home is the other one you referenced?
Marilyn?
Okay. And would she be next door to the Caneiro home?
Yes.
Okay. Now, this picture, I know obviously there's some tape in there, but does that accurately depict the way that you recall 27 Tilton looking in November of 2018?
Yes.
Okay. Just just going to show you slide 10 for purposes of identification. Do you recognize what's depicted in that slide?
Yes.
Okay, what is that?
The Caneiro home and a part of Maryland's driveway.
Okay, now, so does that accurately depict what the Caneiro house and that portion of Maryland's driveway looked like back in November, specifically November 20th of 2018?
Yes.
Okay. And let me show you slide 11. Do you recognize what's depicted in that photograph?
Yes.
Okay, and what's that show?
The Caneiro home.
Okay. Do you see a portion of one side of the home in that photograph?
I see the right side by his fence.
Okay. Does that accurately depict that area of that home, November 20th of 2018?
Yes.
And then finally, I think this is the last one I'm going to show you for now. Slide 12, do you recognize what that shows?
Yes.
And what's it show?
It shows the Caneiro home and Maryland's driveway to the right.
Okay. And are there any vehicles depicted in that photograph?
There is.
Okay. And were they there when you first made observation out your window on that morning?
No.
Okay. Were there any vehicles in that driveway when you first made observations that morning?
Not to my recollection.
Okay. Does this picture accurately depict the Caneiro house and Maryland's driveway?
Yes.
Let me just show you one more before we go any further. Slide 13 of S1A. Do you recognize what's depicted in that photograph?
Yes.
And what is it?
The side of the Caneiro home and a portion of Maryland's driveway.
Okay. And that portion of Maryland's driveway, does it have any vehicles in the driveway in that photo?
Yes.
And again, were they there when you first made observations that morning?
Not to my recollection.
But does that accurately depict the side yard and that driveway of the side yard of Mr. Caneiro's house?
Yes.
Okay. Permission to publish those?
Any objection? Okay.
Just for the record, S1A, slide 9. Skip, did I just show you that photograph?
Yes.
Okay. And what again does that show?
The Caneiro home.
And that home is essentially, in some ways, across the street from your house?
Yes.
I think you already said it, but does that accurately depict the way it looked in daylight hours on November 20th of 2018?
Yes.
Now, just to be clear, the observations that you made that morning, November 20th, 2018, when you woke up and went to your window, was it light out or was it dark out?
It was dark.
Can I have S1A, slide 10, please? Showed you that picture too, correct?
Yes.
And what does that picture show?
The Caneiro home and Maryland's driveway.
And the vehicles that are depicted in that photograph, were they there in that position when you first made your observations?
No.
Did you ever make observations of those vehicles or any vehicles in that driveway at some point that morning?
I believe so.
Okay. Can I have S1A, slide 11, please? Do you recognize that photo?
Yes.
Okay, when I showed you that a couple minutes ago?
Yes.
And what does that picture show?
The Caneiro home.
Do you see, I think you referenced the fence, correct?
Yes.
And that fence is on, looking at the photo, what side of the picture is it on?
The right.
And that fence, if you know, leads to where?
The Caneiro's backyard.
Kathy, you could just keep your voice up a little bit? Thank you. Okay, can I have S1A, slide 12, please? Do you recognize that photograph?
Yes.
Okay. We talked about it a minute ago.
Yes.
And can you tell us what's depicted in that photograph?
The Caneiro home and Maryland's driveway.
And again, there's vehicles present in that photograph,
Yes.
but they weren't there when you first made observations.
No.
And lastly, can I just have S1A, slide 13, please? And you said you recognize that photo, right?
Yes.
And what's that show?
The side of the Caneiro home and Maryland's driveway.
Okay. You take that. You can go to the screen for a moment. I'll probably be back, just some photos. Now, You wake up, you approach that window, which is on the front side of your house, I think you said.
Yes.
And you said you made some observations of two men.
Yes.
Let's talk about them individually. Man number one, what was he doing?
Man number one was running across the street and ran to the Caneiro front door.
At that time, were you also seeing person number two, or were you watching them individually?
They were together, running across the street, and then kind of separated.
Now, you say they were together running across the street. Can you explain, like, where they were in relation to your house, the street, and the Caneiro and Marilyn's residence?
When I first saw them, they were somewhere in the middle of the street on their route across the street to the Caneiro home.
Okay. And I know you talked about the clothing, but did you talk about what, if anything, they may have had in their hands, observations you made?
Had flashlights.
Okay. Now, the person who ran up to the Caneiro door, what does that person do?
He begins to bang on the door.
Okay.
More than I can see it.
Okay. Did you hear any words coming out?
No.
Now, while that person approaches the door, where's the other person?
The other person ran onto Marilyn's driveway, kneeled down, and pointed his flashlight into Paul's backyard.
Okay. So you look out your window, you see the first guy go to the door, you see the second guy somewhere in Marilyn's driveway pointing a flashlight, correct?
Yes.
How long did it take you from your first observation to see the guy pointing the flashlight? Approximately.
Pretty quickly.
Like less than a minute?
Probably a minute.
Now, once you see the guy pointing the flashlight, can you explain exactly where the light's going?
To the corner of the Caneiro backyard.
Where's that in relation to that in the one photograph we saw? Let me just do it this way. Can I have S1A, slide 13? You already talked about this photograph, correct?
Yes.
Can you just talk about the flashlight and the light in relation to this photograph?
The man was kneeling somewhere where the white truck is right now and pointing to the corner, through the fence, to the corner of that backyard.
When you make that observation of the guy pointing to the corner with the flashlight, do you look immediately to that where the flashlight's going?
Yes,
Okay. And did you make any observations when you did that?
I did. I saw a fire on the bottom corner of the Caneiro home.
Now, the area where you see the fire coming from, would it be contained in that photograph to any extent? That's, the way you're looking at me, I'm imagining that's a bad question. So, the area where the guy's pointing the flashlight,
Yes.
is that area anywhere within the photograph that's in front of you?
It's right on the corner of the home. I can see it.
So, if I were to ask you to put like a box or an X where you saw that fire, could you do that? A lot of technology.
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to ask you to do that. Just in case. Okay. Can we preserve that?
This is S1A, slide 13.1.
So, for a second, let's get back to the guy at the front door, okay? You said you heard banging. Did you hear anything in response to that banging or see anything in response to that banging? Let me ask you this. The people that live in the house depicted in the photographs we've talked about, you referenced the Caneiro house, correct?
Yes.
Do you know who they are?
I knew them as neighbors.
Okay. So I should have asked you, back in November 20th of 2018, did you know those people that lived in the house?
I knew that the Caneiros lived in the house.
Did you know any of the names?
I only knew Paul's name and Susan.
Okay. Did you know at that point in time whether or not they had any children?
I knew they had 2 daughters.
Okay. But fair to say you didn't know their names?
No.
Now, do you know whether or not they had any dogs or anything like that?
They had 2 larger dogs.
Okay. How did you know that?
I've seen them walking the dogs. I've seen them running around the backyard.
Just neighbor stuff. You
For
saw
stuff.
dogs.
Yep.
Okay. Now, in response to the bang on the door, did you hear any dogs barking or anything like that?
No.
Now, while that banging's going on, the second person you referenced has the flashlight on the driveway, correct?
Yes.
You look and you see what's depicted in that box,
Yes.
and that's fire, correct?
Yes.
Did you continue to make observations or look at that area from your bedroom window?
Yes.
Okay, and what happened? Can you tell us that?
At some point, I noticed that the fire was escalating up the back of the house onto the roof.
Now, if you know, or if you could estimate, from the point in time when you first saw the small fire to the fire growing up towards the roof, could you possibly approximate that amount of time?
I believe my statement said 20 to 30 minutes.
To that end, at some point in time, as a result of what you saw, did you provide a statement to police?
Yes.
Okay. And in fact, before that, were you spoken to by an investigator prior to that from the law office?
Yes.
Did you provide information to them?
Yes.
Okay, and then did you also provide detailed information to the police?
Yes.
Now, so I think you just said approximately 20 to 30 minutes from seeing the small fire to seeing the fire grow. At some point in time, did you continue to track the movements of the person that went to the front door and the person with the flashlight on the driveway?
At some point, they both moved and they were going to different parts of the house, and that's when I lost track of the men.
Okay, when you say different parts of the house, what did you actually see them do?
Just leave the areas where I first saw them.
Now, was there a point in time while you're at your window watching the back area of the Caneiro house that you saw police or fire arrive?
I saw the first, what I believe to be first fire truck arrive and pull up on my lawn.
Sorry about that. Your first observation of a police or fire vehicle was a vehicle that pulled onto your lawn. Okay. Do you remember what the vehicle looked like, color, etc.?
It was an SUV, and I believe it was red.
Did it have fire, some sort of Ocean Township markings on it?
To my recollection.
Okay. Red truck,
Yes.
red SUV, you said? Correct?
Yes.
What made you think it was a fire vehicle?
The color and the fact that someone came out of the truck and was taking things out of the trunk of the SUV.
When you say things, did you know what they took out?
No.
Did you keep track of that person and see where they went?
No.
After seeing that vehicle, the red SUV, pull onto your lawn, did you eventually see more police and fire vehicles arrive?
Yes.
And what were they doing?
Everybody was arriving, the cars were parking, getting out, and I guess looking at the scene and working on it.
Was it clear to you that at some point during this, firefighters were attempting to douse the fires?
Yes.
And eventually, did the fire extinguish?
Yes.
Did you ever go outside that morning?
No.
Did you eventually go outside later that morning?
Later that morning,
Now, did you ever have any conversations with any of the Caneiros that morning?
no.
Okay. Now, as far as you talked about those two guys, and I think you said the initial observations were in the street.
Yes.
Okay, so that would be closer to your house than when they were on the Canaro Crossing.
Yeah.
Did you see any vehicles when you look, I mean, prior to the red SUV, but when you first looked out your window, did you see any vehicles like in the area?
There was an older model 4-door car parked outside my home, kind of in the middle of my home and my neighbor's home.
When you talk about your neighbor, do you know your neighbors, who they are, their names?
Yes.
Okay, who are
The Harringtons.
they? Vehicle, you said, I think you said it's between your house and the Harrington's house?
Yes.
Was it, do you know, like, specifically where? Was it near their driveway? What was the story with that?
It was more so closer to my home, but there's an area of lawn in between my home and the Harrington's home. It was parked around there.
Driveway near your house or further from your house?
It's to the left of my home.
Is it on the closer side of their home or the further side of their home from you?
It's on the corner, and then their home is facing on the other side of the corner.
And what, if you were on the Harrington driveway, if you know, what would, and you were looking across the street, what would you be looking at?
Caneiro home.
Now, that vehicle, the vehicle you saw, did it stay in the area you first saw it, or what?
I don't recall. I remember seeing it, and then at some point it wasn't there.
When you made observations of that, you first made observations of that vehicle, was the fire going in the backyard yet?
I believe so.
Okay. Because I want to just be clear, though, when you first looked outside your window that morning, how long was it until you saw the first evidence of fire in the backyard?
It must have been minutes.
I asked you if you had any conversations with any of the Caneiros that morning, and you said no, correct?
No.
Did you ever make any observations of them at all, without speaking to them? Did you see them?
At some point after the emergency vehicles were there, I saw the Caneiro Porsche SUV parked outside across the street between Marilyn and the other neighbor's home.
Again, you didn't speak to them,
No.
correct? So they were across the street, so on the Caneiro, Maryland side of the house?
Yes.
The two men that were in the street, did you have any feelings or did you have any thoughts as to whether or not they were associated with the vehicle that was between the Harringtons and your house?
I don't know.
The person who went to the door, the Caneiro door, did you see if that person ever went inside or you don't know?
I never saw him go inside.
Now, as far as the observations you made, did you call 911 as a result of what you saw?
No.
Did you relay the information to anyone as you were seeing it?
My husband.
But ultimately, based upon your observations, did police and fire arrive at the area of 27 Tilton Avenue?
Yes.
Was it long or short from when you first started describing those observations and seeing those things?
I believe my statement said 20 to 30 minutes.
And during the course of that time, was the fire going for the entirety?
Yes.
Judge, I have nothing further.
Ross? Ma'am, if you could do me a favor, in the corner, right where it says 9:45, there's something that says undo. You see that? Can you just hit that until the box goes away? It's in the black area.
Oh, I see it.
Thank you.
Morning, Ms. Cap.
Good morning.
So You referenced your statement a couple times on direct. You said, I believe in my statement, it said this. Is it fair to say that you've recently reviewed your statement, is that fair?
Yes.
And is it also fair to say you're relying on information in your statement because the information in your statement was given much closer in time to when this happened than present day?
Yes.
So obviously your memory was better then than it might be today if you were trying to recollect all those years ago.
Yes.
Okay. And you also referenced your statement a couple times, and I think the prosecutor got into it a little bit, but you gave two statements in this case?
Yes.
And the first statement you gave was on November 24th of 2018, correct?
I'd have to see that. I don't recall the date.
Would seeing a copy of the statement refresh your recollection?
Yes.
Do you have it, Mike?
I do.
Do you have both? Oh, you do. I'm going to show you, first I'm going to show you what's been marked as D67 for identification. May I approach?
You can.
Showing you a copy of your original statement, and I'm just going to direct, you recognize this as your original statement?
It's a summary of a statement I gave. Yes.
Okay. I'm just going to direct your attention here where it shows the date, if you want to just read it to yourself, and then let me know when you're ready. Just the date.
The date. Yes. Okay.
All right, so this statement was given on Saturday, November 24th, 2018, correct?
That's what it says.
And that was 4 days after the fire happened at 27 Tilton, correct?
Correct.
And just to be clear, the prosecutor was referencing this as the Caneiro home, right?
Yes.
And we're talking about Paul's home, right?
Yes.
Okay, Paul Caneiro, not Keith Caneiro,
Correct.
Okay. And so you give this statement on November 24th, 4 days after, and the prosecutor characterized it as to a law office. It was to like a private investigator, correct?
Yes.
Who was hired by a law office,
Correct.
right, for Mr. Caneiro.
Yes.
It was not the police department or the prosecutor's office or anything like that.
Correct.
Now, after you gave a statement to that investigator, you were then interviewed almost maybe like 3.5 weeks later. It was on December 17th of 2018. Do you recall that?
If that's the date of the statement.
Would seeing a copy of the statement refresh your memory as to the date?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to approach with what's been previously marked as S81. And you said you've seen your statement before, right?
Yes.
Okay, so you recognize this to be your statement?
Yes.
And this is the, let's see, it's a 9-page statement. It has your signature at the bottom, right?
Yes.
Okay, so you reviewed it at the time, you've reviewed it since?
Yes.
And I'm going to just direct your attention to the date.
December 17th, 2018.
Okay. So you gave two statements, first to the private investigator and then a few weeks later to the prosecutor's office.
Yes.
And as you mentioned when you were questioned on direct, the reason you're here is because there were certain observations that you made that morning, right?
Yes.
Okay. And the first observation that you made that morning was actually auditory?
Yes.
You heard something?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Okay. And what you heard were, you testified on direct, you heard voices outside.
Yes.
Okay. And those were the voices of two men, correct?
Turned out to be two men, yes.
Okay. And they were speaking in a little bit of like a kind of excitedly? Is
Yes.
that how you would characterize it?
Yes.
Okay. And when you heard the voices, you got up and you looked out your window?
I checked my clock, and then I got up out of my bed and went to my window. Yes.
So you checked your clock first?
Yes.
And the clock said 4:30.
Yes.
And so at 4:30, you check your clock, and then you get up and you look out the window?
Yes.
And when you look out the window, that's when you actually see the two men.
Yes.
And what you described was, so there's one man, and you said originally they're in the middle of the street?
We were running in the middle of the street.
Running in
towards
the middle of the street,
Caneiro home.
towards the Caneiro home,
Yes.
Paul Caneiro's home. And at that point, did they separate?
At some point, they separated to go.
One man goes up to the front door, you said?
Yes.
And he's banging on the door.
Yes.
Okay. And you heard the banging,
Yes.
but you didn't hear any response or anything like that?
No.
The second man is going, can we put up that photo again with the driveway and the...
13, slide 13, is that the one you're looking for?
Sounds about right, yes. The second man, you stated, is kind of like right by, almost maybe, you said by that white truck?
He went up Maryland's driveway, sort of by the white truck. Yes.
Okay. And he's crouching down.
He's kneeling. Yes.
He's kneeling. And he's shining a flashlight toward where you then observe the fire.
Yes.
And it's like a small fire at that point?
Yes.
Okay.
From what I can see.
And at some point it gets bigger.
Yes.
And again, I think you testified to this a few times, but so it was about 20 to 30 minutes before you saw first responders arriving.
That's what my statement said. Yes.
Okay. And that's the statement you gave within a few days of this happening, right?
Yes.
And you described the two men as wearing dark colored clothing.
Yes.
And you said they were wearing, both of them were wearing like a baseball style hat.
Yes.
And so they weren't in like any type of uniform that you could tell?
Not that I can tell.
And when you said flashlights, were you able to see the flashlight or you just saw light?
I just saw a light.
So you're not sure if it was like a handheld old school flashlight or like a cell phone flashlight? Were you able to tell that?
No.
You just saw that there was some sort of light that they were using?
Yes.
Now the car you saw, you said it was a older model car, correct?
It appeared to be an older model four-door. Yes.
Older model four-door, was it like a sedan?
I believe so.
And how long would you say the man was banging at the front door for?
I couldn't say. A while.
While. And when you saw the man kneeling by that white truck and pointing his flashlight toward the fire, he was just watching the fire?
Yes.
Okay, he wasn't like doing anything with the fire, he was just watching it.
Just kneeling.
How long do you think he was doing that for?
A good amount of time. I don't really know.
A good amount of time. And you said by the time you saw the first fire SUV that pulled onto your front lawn, by that time the men were gone.
The men were no longer in the same positions that I was watching them.
And did you ever see them again that morning?
I don't believe so.
And you were also, like you said, kind of informing your husband at the time of like what you were seeing, what
Yes.
was happening. And when you say 20 to 30 minutes, is that because in one statement you said 20, in another statement you said 30? So it's like you're kind of saying it could be either one?
It could be, I didn't keep checking my clock.
And you didn't see their faces, right?
No.
And you said they were like average men, average build.
I believe so.
I'm going to. And when they were, their tone was not just excited, it was kind of hasty, and they were talking very fast.
Yes, from what I heard, yes.
But they weren't yelling or anything.
I wouldn't categorize it as yelling, however, it was very quiet in the middle, very early morning, so.
And you also, the prosecutor asked you about dogs barking. You didn't hear any dogs barking?
No.
Okay. And you said you've seen the dogs around the neighborhood.
Yes.
That was during the day?
Yes.
Okay. But this is happening at 4:30 in the morning, correct?
Yes.
You have no knowledge of where those dogs were at 4:30 in the morning, correct?
No.
Assuming they were in the home, you don't have any idea where in the home those dogs were?
No.
Objection, Judge.
Sustained. Speculation.
And just to be, you said the car you saw was a sedan. It wasn't like a pickup truck.
No.
And you don't remember the color of the car?
I don't.
And you don't know if that car was associated with the two individuals, but you saw the two individuals running from the direction of that car?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to approach the witness with what's been previously marked as D1-100 and D-1-101.
Make sure that's plugged in.
Do you recognize these two photos to be a map of the area of 27 Tilton Drive and where you lived at the time?
Am I allowed to touch?
Yeah.
Yes.
And these are the same maps. Would you agree these are the same area, except this one is like a street view and this one's more like the regular map view?
Yes.
Okay. If I put these maps on the screen, would you be able to like circle which one is your house?
Yes.
Okay. So I'll start first with the regular map. Okay. So again, do you recognize this map to be the area of 27 Tilton Drive?
Yes.
Okay. And do you see 27 Tilton Drive marked on the map?
Yes.
Okay. Would you agree that that accurately represents 27 Tilton Drive?
I believe so.
Okay. Can you just put like a small circle or X on your house? And that would be 24?
Yes.
Record sheet, put a circle around it.
And can we just put like a little H for Heather or C for Cap, whichever you prefer? Just so we know it's your house.
Use a C, please, just in case.
Perfect. Okay. And I'm going to ask that you do the same thing. Actually, I'm going to ask that you do the same thing on D dash. Oh, do you have to? You didn't get it? Okay.
We're gonna wait. We wait until you're done. Okay, so we're gonna print this. This is D1 slide 100.1 now. You're good now.
Thank you.
Sure.
So, Ms. Cap, I'm just going to ask that you do the same thing for this map, which is if you want to hit the undo button, we can get rid of the circle and see. I think if you hold it down, it undoes everything. Okay, so here's the street view. Do you see 27 Tilton Drive on there as well?
Yes.
Okay, and these actually have house numbers. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you see 24 on there?
Yes.
That's your house, right?
Yes.
Can you just circle that one? Or you know what, maybe just put a C over it for Cap. Okay, perfect. And so we can now see where your house is in relation to 27 Tilton, correct?
Yes.
What's the marking on the back of that?
This is D-1-10. This is 100. And this is 101. Street view is 100 and regular view is 101.
So regular view, which was the last one, should be 101.1, and this one will be 100.1.
Yes.
The prior picture will be 101.1, so it's D1, slide 101.1, or picture 101.1, and this one will be D1, slide 100.1.
Okay. I'm going to return back to do you mind hitting the undo button? I'm just going to return back to D-1-101. So you indicated that this accurately represents the area of 27 Tilton, right?
Yes.
And we see 27 Tilton is like this this U shape. Do you agree with that?
It's Tilton Drive. Yes.
Right. Tilton Drive is like a U shape.
Yes.
And it intersects with Green Grove Road, which we see on the image as well.
Yes.
Okay. So there's 2 points by which you could enter and exit onto Tilton Drive or out of Tilton Drive from Green Grove Road. Do you agree with that?
Yes.
And do you mind just circling the 2 areas, the intersections? Okay. We can make this
101.2. U1.
what we can glean from this map is, let's say you're at 27 Tilton Drive, right? You can exit Tilton Drive through the intersection we see on the top of the screen, right? You can make a right or left, and that would be this one, or you could exit or enter Tilton Drive at this intersection. You could make a right or a left, correct?
Yes.
And you never saw which way those two men went, whether they went left or right, ultimately?
No.
And I think the prosecutor asked you this, but at the time that you made these observations, it was dark out, right?
Yes.
The sun had not come up yet.
No.
And we talked about how you gave a couple statements, and then you testified today. You've never wavered from the time frame of 4:30, which is when you looked at your clock, right?
Correct.
Okay, so just to be clear, 4:30 a.m., you wake up, you hear the voices, the two men, and then you look out your window and you see two men.
After checking my clock, yes.
After checking your clock. And then at some point you're watching the fire.
Yes.
And eventually, 20 to 30 minutes later, that's when you see the responders coming.
Yes.
Okay. No other questions, thank you.
I think I just have two quick questions. Ms. Kapp, just to be clear, you said at some point you lost track of the two men, correct?
I did, yes.
Did you actually see them leave?
No.
Did you or did you not see that vehicle leave?
No, I didn't see it leave.
I had nothing.
Anything else?
No, Judge, thank you.
All right, you can step down, ma'am. Thank you. Just be careful. You can leave the document right there. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take our mid-morning break. It's about 10 minutes after 10. We'll start back at 10:25. Enjoy your break. Thank you. Don't discuss this case or do any research. You guys were very clear because both of you have asked the same question about different times. So let's just be careful of not just reiterating the same question over and over again. There objections could have been made. We ask our questions, we get our information, and we continue moving in the right direction. Everybody have a good break. I'll see you back at 10:25. Okay, please be seated. Prosecutor, you want to call your next witness?
Yes, sir. The state calls Jonathan Harrington.
Hello, sir. Just watch your step as you're coming up to the witness stand there.
Okay, thank you.
Sure. Sir, could you put your left hand on the Bible there? Raise your right hand for me. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir.
Okay, you can sit down. Once you're comfortable, can you state your full name for the record and spell your last name, please?
Jonathan Harrington, Harrington.
Okay. Sir, I just want to make sure you speak up loud enough so juror numbers 15 and 16 can hear you in the corner. Okay, sir?
Okay.
All right, thank you. Prosecutor?
Thank you, Judge. Mr. Harrington, good morning.
Good morning.
Could you tell us where you live, I guess currently?
26 Tilton Drive
Okay, and how long have you lived there?
since 1994.
Okay. Now, I want to draw your attention back to November 20th of 2018. Do you remember that morning?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, at that point in time, were you still working?
No, I was retired.
Okay. And what did you do for a living?
I was a crane operator.
Okay. Now, I want to ask you a question about whether or not at some point that morning you were alerted to a residential fire in your neighborhood.
Yes.
Okay. And how did that happen? How were you alerted?
By the noise of the vehicles coming and the flashing red lights of a vehicle that was next door.
When you first heard any noises around your house, where were you specifically?
I was in my bedroom.
Okay. Where specifically in your bedroom were you?
I was laying in my bed.
Okay. So you were lying in bed. What did you hear?
There were loud voices in the street, and I couldn't really tell what they were saying or anything.
Okay. Then did you immediately get up?
No, I did not get up then.
Okay. Tell us what happened.
Well, after that, I was just, casually laying in bed. I wasn't going to go back to sleep. And then I noticed that there were some red lights flashing, okay? And I opened my shade, and I looked across the street, and there was a vehicle in my neighbor's driveway, which was next to the house in question.
When you say neighbor, who is your neighbor?
Marilyn Klein.
Okay. So you got out of bed at some point, as you described, and you went to your window. Can you tell us generally what you can see when you look out your window?
Yes, I can see Caneirio's house from the south side to just before the garage.
Can you see any other homes when you look directly out your window in the bedroom?
Only Marilyn's.
Okay. So you could see, you said Marilyn's, correct? And then you also referenced the Caneiro house, correct? Now, you look outside, that's what you can see generally. What specifically did you see that morning?
Okay. When I opened the shade, I saw someone, to me, looked like they grabbed the fire extinguisher and was going to walk into the front of the house, the door.
That person, I mean, did you specifically see a fire extinguisher or what?
I would say that that's basically what I saw, yes.
Okay. And that person, where did you first see that person?
That was the person that parked the vehicle in Marilyn's driveway.
Okay. Now, that person approached where, you said?
The front door?
Okay. And did you watch that person once they got to the front door?
I wouldn't say that I did. No, I don't know whether he went inside. I don't remember that.
Did you make observations, just to be clear, of that person approaching the front door?
What do you mean by observations?
Did you see that person near the front door?
Oh, yes, on the porch, going toward, right in front of the,
And just with respect to the front door, and I don't know if I specifically asked you, which house's front door are we talking about?
the Caneiro house.
Okay. And before we go any further, did you know the people that lived in that house?
Yes,
And how many people lived there based upon your understanding back in 2018?
4.
And who were they?
It was Paul, his wife Susan, and the 2 girls.
Did you know their names at the time?
Yes.
Now, once you made the observation of the person near the Caneiro front door, what if anything, did you see?
I think at that point in time, to tell you the truth, I didn't really think much about it. I probably just, turned around and, maybe I sat on the bed or something like that. And it wasn't until I heard the approaching fire apparatus that I got back up.
Okay. So, just to go back a step,
Okay.
when you first approached your bedroom window, I think you referenced doing so because of some lights, correct?
Yes.
Could you tell us what specifically in that regard you saw? Did you see lights once you went to the window?
That's why I got up, because I saw the flashing lights.
Did you see any flashing lights out your window once you looked?
That I don't think I did.
Okay. So then you see a vehicle, as you said, up in Maryland's driveway?
Correct. That was the vehicle.
That person approached the front door.
Correct.
Now, at any point in time, did you observe any smoke or flames?
Shortly after that, yes, there appeared to be just smoke on the backside, on the right, which would be me facing the house. There was some smoke. No flames at that moment.
When you saw the smoke, just to be clear, were you still in your bedroom?
Yes.
At some point in time, did you go anywhere else?
I don't think so.
Did you ever leave your bedroom?
Eventually, yes.
Okay, tell us about it.
Okay. Basically, what I did was, when I heard the trucks, okay, this is after the smoke, so then there was a glow behind the house, which I assumed was a fire at that time. So I got dressed, went to the bathroom, came downstairs, put a coat on, opened the garage door, and went outside.
Okay. And once you did all that and you went outside, can you tell us what was going on in the area at that time?
Well, the fire trucks were setting up, okay? Oakhurst was on the north side of the building, okay? There was police cars around. There was the Massacre Fire Department was to the south.
Now, when you talk about fire departments, and do you have any experience with fire departments, just to be clear?
I was a firefighter in Allenhurst.
Volunteer?
Yes.
Now, once you're outside and you see the fire trucks, like, what's the status of what you can observe fire-wise across the street?
The fire was starting to come up above the roof line on the backside.
Fair to say that you can't actually see all of the fire from where you were, right?
All I could see were the flames coming up.
I just want to approach you with what's been marked as S1A. If I may, Judge?
You can.
Just going to show you pretty briefly. It's been marked as S1A, slide 9. Do you recognize what's in that photograph?
That's the house, Caneiro house.
Okay. Now, does that fairly and accurately depict, or show what it looked like around the time of November 20th of 2018?
Yes,
Okay, that you recognize that?
yes, that's no problem.
Let me show you slide 10 briefly. Do you recognize what's depicted in that photo?
Yes,
And what are we seeing here in this photo?
we're seeing the front of the house, and we're seeing a white truck and a, like chief's car.
Okay.
And this is the car I originally saw.
Okay, what type of vehicles, just generally, are those two vehicles, if you know?
To me, one's a truck and one's like a suburban SUV of some kind.
Do they have any correlation based upon what you saw or know to, police or fire?
I could not tell whether this was where where I saw the guy get the fire extinguisher and
Okay.
then go into the house, the white vehicle.
Okay,
And that's where I kind of think the lights were coming from.
okay. So, to be clear, I don't want to put anything in your
No.
head. So when you made an observation of the vehicle in Maryland's driveway, did you know it was a first responder, or did you not know?
No,
At the time?
I thought it was, yes.
Okay. Now, was it light or dark out when you were making the observations
Well,
out your window?
It was probably dark. I shouldn't say dark, but, like, wasn't dark.
Sure.
But it was nighttime. There wasn't really any lights other than street lights, things
Okay.
like that I remember.
And just to be clear, I want just to be completely clear, when you first heard anything outside your window that morning, did you tell the police what time approximately you thought it was?
I probably said sometime between 4:30 and 5, because I didn't look at any timepieces in my, the only clock that I have is the cable box has the time on it, but I just really didn't look at it specifically like when I gave my statement.
Okay. Now, your initial observations from the window, were they, did they include what's depicted in slide 10?
This one.
Yes.
This car was not there.
No, and I'm sorry, that's a good, to be clear, that's
Yes.
a good point. In slide 10, there's two vehicles in the driveway, correct?
Correct.
How many were there when you made your observations first? Okay. But as far as like what is shown in this photo, let's say what that is. Whose house is this in slide 10, in the majority of slide 10?
That's the Caneiro house.
And is there another house that's somewhat depicted in that photograph?
Yes, that's
And-
Marilyn Klein's house.
Okay. I'm just going to show you lastly slide 12
Okay.
of S1A.
I see counsel very quickly. One second.
I want to go back for 1 second. Can I have slide S1A, slide 9 on the screen, please? I'm sorry. Now, you see this screen in front of you, correct?
Yes.
And we talked about this photograph.
Yes.
If you look to your left, you can see it on the large screen. Up there.
Oh, okay.
Same photo?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, we talked about this photo, and to be clear, what's depicted in this photograph?
What can you see there?
Just the whole house.
Whose house?
Canario's house?
When you say Canario's house, you mentioned someone by the name of Paul Caneiro previous.
Paul and Susan.
How long did you know Paul Caneiro?
Basically from the time they moved in,
How many years was that approximately?
I would say probably 18 to 20. I don't know exactly when they bought the house.
Paul Caneiro, is that person present in court today?
Yes.
Could you just point him out?
He's to my right here.
Identifies the defendant.
Now back to that photo. Is what's shown in that photograph, slide 9 of S1A, is that part of what you were able to see out your window the morning of November 20th, 2018?
Part of it, yes.
Now, can we talk about that? I'm going to show you briefly slide 10 of that same exhibit. Did I show you that earlier?
Yes.
Okay. And how many vehicles are shown in that photograph?
2.
And to be clear, how many vehicles were there when you first looked out your window that morning?
I believe I only saw 1,
Okay.
like I testified.
Would it be fair to say, and you can tell me if I'm wrong, that this photograph was taken later when it was
Yes.
light out? Yes.
Yes.
Sorry, I was talking over you, sorry. And then lastly, can I just have slide 12 of S1A? That photograph we talked about, I believe I showed it to you. What's that photograph show?
It shows like a fire captain or chief's car
Okay.
and the house.
And that's not a specific observation that you made when you first looked out the window, correct?
I do not believe so. I only saw the white vehicle, if I can remember correctly.
Now, when you left your house that day and you went out to the driveway, you talked about observing smoke and then flames, correct?
Correct.
Now, did you ever make any observations of any of the Caneiro family?
My only observation of then, what I saw was that I spoke to both Paul and Susan and the girls in his SUV, which was parked close to my driveway. It's a little bit later, but it was about the same time that the fire was going on.
Okay, so when you came out onto your driveway, did you see the Caneiro SUV at that time or later or something else?
I believe it was just a little bit later. Not very much later, though.
Now, do you know who your neighbor is? You know, if you're looking at the Caneiro in Marilyn's house, do you know who your neighbor is on your side to your right?
Yes, those are the caps.
That include Heather Cap?
Yes.
Now, where was the Caneiro vehicle, once you saw it, whenever that was, where was it in relation to your house and the Cap's house?
I thought it was a little bit farther towards the Cap house.
Okay.
Okay, I'm not quite sure now, only because I remember that the one of Massacre fire truck had pulled up and connected to the fire hydrant, which is very near there. So I think it was before my house.
Okay. At any point in time, did you have conversations specifically with Paul Caneiro that morning?
Yes.
And tell us about the conversation. Why were you talking?
I walked down, and I spoke to him and the girls, and I asked them, how they were doing, and Paul was a little nervous, he was kind of upset, which I kind of thought was just the fire, and he remarked to me that he was scared that he almost lost his wife in the fire, with the fire.
Just to clarify, was he emotional?
Yes.
Did he say anything to you about how the fire started or anything along those lines?
Nothing like that.
I have nothing further, Judge.
Cross.
Mr. Harrington, good morning.
Good morning.
Your involvement in this case, going back a little more than 7 years ago, you spoke to numerous law enforcement officers. Is that correct? I can be more specific. Let me try to be more specific.
Okay.
Originally, when all of the police were arriving, there was an officer that you spoke to kind of like in your garage area. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay. And you actually had told him that you were a former firefighter, right?
I guess.
Okay. And he was a uniformed officer.
Yes.
I don't know if you remember his name. It was Officer Bones. No. Okay. You also spoke to a at some point, I think, like a detective on scene. It was Detective Brady. Do you remember that?
I remember Detective Brady, yes.
And what about Fire Marshal Flanagan? Do you remember speaking to him?
I might have.
Okay. And eventually, on November 24th, you were interviewed by a private investigator who worked for the defense. Do you remember that?
Yes, I think there was one person who came up and spoke to me.
About what happened that morning?
Yes.
And after that, you eventually gave a statement, or you did give a statement to the prosecutor's office. That was Detective Weiss Broughton Brady. That was on November 27th of 2018, so another few days later. Do you remember
A few
that?
days later, yes. They
Was it
asked
a
if
more-
I would go to the police station and give a statement about what I saw.
And that was like a more formal type statement?
Yes.
Okay, and that was a week later, right?
Approximately, yes.
So, initially, what you testified to today on direct, if I understand it, is that you're in bed, right?
Correct.
And you hear voices,
Loud voices, yes.
loud voices. And those voices were multiple voices?
I would say so, yes.
Okay. And they were men, right?
I couldn't tell you whether they were men or women.
Okay. And so, do you recall telling the police that they were male voices? Actually, do you recall?
If you read it, I can probably remember.
Let's go back to this. You previously gave a statement to the private investigator, correct?
I talked to him, yes. I wouldn't say it was a statement. It was more like a casual interview while I was outside.
Okay. If I showed you a copy of his summary of your interview, would that help refresh your recollection
sure.
of some of the things you said to him?
We're talking 7 years ago.
Right, of course. Okay, so I'm going to approach with D70.
Which I have never seen before.
Okay. That's all right.
Okay.
I just want you to take a look at this
Okay.
and review it and see if this refreshes your recollection as to what you told the investigator on November 24th of 2018 about who you heard speaking.
Okay. Yeah, that's pretty much what it was. If I said males, it could have been correct.
Okay, and again, like you said, you probably remembered a lot better then than you do now.
Oh, sure. I mean, time degrades everything.
Of course. And when you gave a statement to the prosecutor's office, and I can show this too if you'd like as well. Now, this one you have seen before, right?
Yes, I've seen that.
Okay, so I'm going to approach with what's been marked for identification as SED2. Mr. Harrington, this is a copy of your statement. I'm going to have you, if you flip to the last page,
Okay.
I'm just going to show you that it is 5 pages.
Yes.
And
okay.
this one has your signature on it.
Yes, it does.
So, and it also has your initials on the bottom, right?
Yes.
Is this one you reviewed at the time?
Yes.
And you wanted to make sure it was accurate, right?
I don't know whether that was the same day or not, but yeah, that's accurate.
No,
I
I'm
don't
saying
remember.
the reason they had you review it and assign it and initial it
Yes,
was so
because
that
it was pretty accurate. Within reason, yes, I agree.
these were your words, right?
Yeah, I guess.
When you look at this statement, it's like question, answer,
Right.
right? Do you agree that these are the questions that they asked you and these were your answers?
If they're written there, that would be what I answered.
Okay.
In the question.
So I'm going to direct your attention to here, and if you could just read that to yourself and then just look up.
Okay.
Okay,
I see it.
So in addition to telling the investigator on November 24th that you heard male voices, you also characterized the voices as male to the prosecutor's office as well.
That's correct.
Okay. And you said you heard them speaking kind of loudly, or but not yelling, right? Or
No, there was, to me, it was very loud.
Very loud.
Whether you call it yelling or not, that would be, just
Okay.
how I'm trying to figure it out. But
Subjective is what
no.
you're saying.
Yes, it was more than one voice. I said a male voice, but that could have been,
It
two
was
male
more than one.
voices.
Okay. And when you heard the voices, you were lying in bed,
Yes, that's true.
and you didn't hear specifically what they said, did you?
I did not.
Okay. And then you said, I think, is it fair to say you kind of like fell back asleep for a little while?
Well, let me put it this way. I probably just laid down with my head on the pillow because I usually don't go back. Once I'm awake, I usually don't go back to sleep. It might be a light sleep, dozing off back and forth.
Again, I understand you're testifying right now to what you usually do, but I'm
Yes.
going to direct your attention
Okay.
once again, just back to, this is the statement you gave to the prosecutor's office, right?
Yes.
And you told them, I fell back asleep.
Well, I also said up here that it was a light state of sleep. Okay, so when I say sleep, it wasn't really going into a REM type of sleep. It was just being, my eyes closed, being, like light sleep. I don't know how else to explain it,
Gotcha.
Any noise, anything. Just to clarify it, I don't sleep very well anyway, so
Okay.
it would only be a light sleep that
Okay.
I'm talking about here. They're not incongruous, okay? They're both the same to me.
Got it. So you're in a light state of sleep, and specifically at around 4:30 in the morning, right?
Well, yes, because, as I said previously, I don't have a watch on or a clock in my bedroom. The only time that I can tell is what's on the cable box, okay? So if I said 4:30, maybe I glanced at it, and that was the time that I recollected that it was around 4:30. But it could have been later than 4:30, between 4:30 and 5. That's what I said,
Okay.
I don't know the exact time because I'm not looking at a timepiece.
I'm going to try to ask you just a very simple yes or no question, okay? You told both the private investigator and the prosecutor's office the week that this happened that you heard these voices at around 4:30 in the morning.
Yes.
You did? Okay. And when you spoke to the officer on scene, because so let me back up for a second. So you're in a light state of sleep. It's around 4:30 in the morning. You hear the voices. You fall back into maybe a light state of sleep, and then you eventually wake up when you see lights. Is that right?
Correct.
And that's when you go to your window.
Correct.
And you start seeing what exactly?
That's when I saw the vehicle in Marilyn Klein's driveway, okay? And the person get out and walk towards the house with what I assumed was a fire extinguisher.
And the prosecutor showed you the photo of the vehicle. There was like a white vehicle and a red vehicle.
The white vehicle is the one I saw.
You saw the white vehicle?
Yes, I believe so.
You did not see the red one?
I don't believe I did.
Okay. So you see the white vehicle once you get up and look out your window. Is that
Yes.
right? Okay. And how long after that until you eventually come outside?
I would say, well, time-wise, it's hard because I don't, as I said to you, I don't have the time in mind specifically because I wasn't looking at the time. So by the time I got dressed, went to the bathroom, went downstairs, got my coat on, my hat, walked to the garage, opened the garage door, and went outside. Could have been anywhere between 7, 8, 10 minutes, something like that.
Okay, when you went outside, you saw at least 2 police cars, correct?
I saw police cars, yes.
Okay. And that was at around 5 a.m., correct?
Around somewhere in that general time frame,
Okay. You told the prosecutor's office it was approximately 5 a.m., fair?
approximately 5 a.m.
So, you hear voices, multiple male voices at approximately 4:30 a.m., and then light state of sleep, fall back to sleep. About a half hour later, it's 5 a.m., and that's when you see the two police officers outside of your house, right? When you go outside.
You're kind of putting words in my mouth.
Okay.
I said
wanna do that.
approximately 4:30, and if you listen to what I hopefully I said was sometime between 4:30 and 5, okay? That's a half hour without really looking at a clock or anything else like that. It was a generalization of the time frame at all this was going on.
When you say I'm putting words in your mouth, approximately 4:35, are you talking about when you initially heard the voices or when you saw the police?
No, you said 4:30. I'm not arguing with you, but you said that I said 4:30. I said approximately between 4:30 and 5. It could have been 4:45, okay? You understand what I'm saying? I used the 4:30 as a baseline for me.
Okay. You used 4:30 as approximately 4:30.
Approximately.
Right, as a baseline when you spoke to the private investigator on November 24th and when you spoke to the prosecutor's office on November 27th, you said
Correct.
that's approximately when you heard the male voices, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And then at approximately 5 a.m., that's when you were outside and you saw the police, you saw the two police officers. Is that accurate?
Close.
That's what you told the
That's what I
prosecutor's
told them,
office?
yes. But I'm just saying that's about right. Again, I don't have a clock
Can
to
we
go
be,
by.
let's be clear, when we say approximately, we're not talking about to the minute, right?
Yeah, that's
Okay,
right.
I'm not putting words in your mouth when I say approximately because we agree that we're talking about within a few minutes at least, right? We're not talking about to
Give or
the
take a
second.
few minutes here and there,
Okay.
yes, thank you.
All right. And at 4:30 a.m. approximately,
Thank you.
you did not see any lights, right?
No,
Okay, you just heard the voices.
just the voices.
And eventually, when you come outside and you're speaking to the officer in your garage, again, you remember that conversation.
I
Maybe you don't
remember they
remember.
came up to the garage, yes.
Okay. And do you remember speaking with him?
Yes,
Okay.
mostly a general conversation, nothing that's specific that I remember unless you have something that he said.
Actually, I do, and I have something you said. You told that officer,
Go ahead.
right, that you heard people talking about a half hour before all of the police people got there. Do you recall saying that?
I probably did, if that's what I told him.
Okay.
If that's what he said, but again, I'm using, I just don't want you to put me into a time frame that locks me into something when I just told you that I didn't have a view of a clock anywhere, okay?
So at this
So
point,
if I'm talking 4:30, I'm talking 4:30 as a general time frame.
right, we have agreed on that. Now, at
Thank you.
this point, when you're speaking to the officer in your driveway, you actually don't mention a time, right? You say so that's approximately, about a half hour before all the police got there is when you heard the voices. That's what you told that officer, correct?
If that's what he said, because I don't remember the conversation. I remember generally talking to them.
So when you say if that's what he said, would seeing a transcript, he was uniformed, right?
Yes.
So I'm not sure if you're aware of this, but the body-worn camera, it records the conversation and we have a
fine.
transcript. If I show you a transcript, would that refresh your memory of what you told
Sure.
him? Okay.
Sir, the transcript just documents what is actually on the video.
Okay, it's fine.
So if the attorney is asking you something and they're saying that that's what's transcribed, that means that it's something that was on the actual recording.
Okay.
So in saying that, would you have any reason to disagree with that that you had a conversation with the police officer? No one's trying to put you in a box. All we're trying to do is confirm with you that you had a conversation, and if Ms. Mastalone is saying this is what the transcript says, any reason to dispute it? All she wants to know is whether that's what you would have said or not, or to help you.
Sure.
Okay, that's
Because
it.
I
I think that's
remember
what
talking
we're
to
trying to do, and no one's trying to talk you into anything.
No, I understand that.
And just to move it along, so it's in that vicinity. And again, the timing is what you remember. It's all approximation. We got it.
Judge, I was just going to say that the state obviously would stipulate to the accuracy of the transcript. I mean, we create.
Of course, that's what I'm saying. So just trying to be helpful here and moving along this particular area.
Okay, so, sir, I'm going to approach with a copy of the transcript that we were just talking about. And I'm going to direct your attention. Well, first I'm going to show you the front page, okay? And you'll see there's like a legend.
What's it marked as, please?
Oh, I'm sorry. This is D102.
Okay.
There's a legend.
Okay.
And the legend has like everyone's name and the initials that represent who the person is.
Okay.
And do you see how JH means
Yep.
John Harrington?
That's me.
Okay. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to direct your attention to, we're going to start on page 14 of 38. Okay. But we're going to, so your initials start here.
Okay.
Or this is where the conversation starts. So I'm going to ask that you read this page, and particularly this part here. Okay?
That's fine.
Okay, and we're going to continue. Well, based on this, you agree that you told the police that you heard people talking, right?
Yes.
Okay. And then we're going to go to the next page. I'm just going to have you read this part right here. Let me know when you're...
Yeah, no problem.
Okay, so during this conversation, you tell the police officer you heard voices talking, and the officer asks you about a half hour before we all got here, and you say yes, and then you say before this all started. Is that accurate? That's what
That's what it says.
Okay, all right, so... When you say before you all got there, obviously you were referencing the police, right? You're
I was
speaking
referencing everything.
everything. Okay.
That's correct.
And I'm just going to ask you, I'm going to show you, just to orient ourselves. This isn't blocking anyone's view, is it? I'm going to put up D1-100, D1-100.1, which has already been published to the jury. Sir, do you recognize this as a map of the area of 27 Tilton Drive?
Yes, it is.
Okay, and you can see, I'm going to point here where it says 27 Tilton Drive.
That's correct.
Mr. Paul Caneiro's house, right?
That's correct.
And then there's a house here, it's 24 Tilton with the C, that's Heather Capp's house, would you agree?
That's Heather's house, yes.
Okay, can you identify, she's handing you a pen, the clerk. If you can put, can we do a different color?
Yes, you can.
Are you just asking for him to put an H where his house is?
That's what I was going to do. I was gonna
Just
do
have him put an H on it.
Okay.
It'll be
Can
fine.
we just put a H on your house?
Sure can. Looks like a 4.
Okay. And you kind of wrote over the number, but what was the number, for the record?
Your house number. Your house number.
I'm 26 Tilton Drive.
Okay, so you're right next to 24. So you and Heather Capp are neighbors on the
Yes.
same side of the street.
Yes.
Oh, sorry.
It's okay.
Let's do this. Oh, maybe I can fix okay, now. Is that, how about that? Can we agree on that? Is the numbers there?
Okay, this will be 100.2, please.
Am I good? I'm gonna show you one more map, sir.
Okay.
Oh, if you hit the undo button, you can undo the H.
Need to do it?
You can use the stylus. Figure. Nicely done.
Perfect. Okay. So if I put this photo up, do you also recognize this to be a map of the area of your house? It's not the street view. It's more of like the, I don't know what we would call this, the picture view.
Neighborhood?
Yeah, this is the neighborhood, right?
Yes.
Okay. And do you see the house that's circled with a C?
Correct.
That's
I see it.
that's what it is. Okay, so that's Heather Capp's house,
That's
right?
Heather Capp's.
And you also see 27 Tilton, right?
That's correct.
Can you circle can you do just an H over your house on this one,
Sure.
so we know? But maybe, should we do a different color in this one, because they're like overlapping? It's gonna look weird. It's gonna look confusing.
Sure.
I'm just gonna, I can assist. Is that okay? Bye.
Sure.
No. Blue, you're good with blue? Okay. Can we do an H in blue?
Yeah, it's not quite an age, but you have to forgive my writing.
It's a good-looking U, though.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, how's that? That's close enough. We agree to that.
All right, we're going to print that. That's 100.2, please. 101.2, sorry. My bad. My bad.
Thank you so much, sir. Just. I don't have any other questions. Thank you.
No questions, Judge, thank you.
Sir, you can step down. Just be careful as you step down. Leave everything else there. We'll take care of it.
Thank you.
Sure, no problem. Prosecutor?
Thank you, Judge. The state calls Officer David Marino.
Okay. Sir, just watch your step as you come up. You put your left hand on the Bible, raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Okay. Once you sit down and you're comfortable, can you state your full name for the record and spell your last name, please?
David Marino,
Jr., M-A-R-I-N-O.
Okay. Prosecutor, go ahead.
Thank you, Judge. Good morning, officer.
Good morning.
Where are you employed?
Ocean Township Police Department.
In what capacity?
Police officer patrol.
Now, how long have you been a police officer for?
I started my police career in 2013, and in 2015, I started in Ocean Township.
Okay, I'm just going to ask you to keep your voice up because I'm having trouble hearing.
2015, I started in Ocean Township, and that's when I started as a patrolman here.
Okay. Now, did you have to go to the police academy?
Yes, I did that in 2013. I went through with Belmar.
Okay. Did you work anywhere after the police academy in your law enforcement capacity?
Yes, I worked in Belmar as a Class 2, and after, correct, that was 2012 I went to the academy. I did 2012 to 13 in Belmar, and from there I went to Englishtown from 2013 to 2015 for 2 years, and then I got hired in Ocean Township.
What are your responsibilities as a patrolman with the Ocean Township Police Department?
We respond to any calls that come in, whether it be a motor vehicle accident, a domestic, or a theft. We're the first ones that normally will respond.
I want to draw your attention now back to November 20th of 2018. Do you recall that date?
Yes,
Were you on duty?
I was.
What shift were you working?
I was working night shift,
And what is the night shift?
7 p.m. to 7 a.m.
Right. Now, while you were working during that time, were you driving a certain type of vehicle?
Yes, I believe I was in a Dodge Charger.
Okay, was it a marked patrol vehicle?
Yes, it was.
And how were you dressed?
And I believe this uniform was in full Class A uniform.
Did you have, and the other officers, have radios?
Yes.
Okay, can you explain where those radios would be?
Our radios are on our hips and on our lapels. We can either keep it up here or we can keep them on our hips. And they're also in the vehicles.
And what did you use those radios for?
To communicate back and forth with dispatch and other officers to let them know where we are, what calls we're going to, and who needs to respond.
At 5:02 a.m., what, if any, notifications did you receive?
Possible structure fire
And how did you receive that notification?
via radio.
When you say you received a notification for possible structure fire, did you get any more information?
While I was responding, I'm not sure if I got anything extra from a working structure fire. Right before I arrived, another officer came on the radio stating that there was a structure fire confirmed, and that was the other information that I got.
Okay, did you learn where the structure fire was?
Yes,
Where was that?
it was on Tilton Drive.
Okay, and specifically, was there a house number?
27?
27 Tilton Drive? Did you say yes?
Yes.
Okay. How did that call initially come in?
It was a possible structure fire.
I guess what I'm asking is, when you received the notification at 5:02 a.m.,
Yes.
do you know how that call came in, how you got that notification?
It came from, I believe, county notified our dispatch, and then our dispatch notified us.
Okay, so what time was county notified?
I want to say, I believe it was 4:59.
Okay, so county's notified at 4:59, you get the dispatch at 5:02?
Yes.
Okay. As a result of receiving the dispatch, is that when you responded to 27 Tilton?
That is correct.
About what time did you arrive on scene to 27 Tilton Drive?
Approximately 3 to 4 minutes later, so 5:05, 5:06.
Now, were there any other officers already on scene when you arrived?
Yes, there was Patrolman Redman and Patrolman Winkowski.
Was anyone else on scene when you arrived?
Yes, Fireman Chris Sorrentino.
Okay. What fire department was he from?
One is the one in Massacre.
Do you recall how he was dressed?
Plain clothes.
Who was the patrol sergeant in charge that morning?
That was Malone, Sergeant Malone.
Sergeant Malone. And when did he arrive?
He arrived, I'd say, approximately within 5 to 10 minutes when I got there. In that time frame, I would think, 10 minutes.
Now, when you arrived, where did you park your vehicle in relation to 27 Tilton Drive?
I parked south, approximately a house and a half, 2 houses south of their residence, and I parked on the east side of the road.
So if you're facing their house, south would be to which
To
way?
the right.
To the right?
Correct.
And you said you were facing which way?
I was also facing, my vehicle was facing south.
South would be continue to the right?
To the right, yes.
Okay. What, if any, observations did you make when you initially arrived on scene?
When I first arrived on scene, I was able to see that there was flames coming from the back right corner of the house. If you're looking at it, they were in the back area and they were engulfing a gas meter that was there.
As a result of those observations, what did you first do?
We contacted natural gas to come out to respond because it was engulfing the meter, and we also started evacuating nearby houses.
When you first made the observations of that back right corner where you say the fire was, who else was over there?
Over there was Winkowski and Sorrentino.
Okay, when you say Winkowski, the jury doesn't know. Who is he?
That's Patrolman Winkowski. He's a patrol officer with us.
With the Ocean Township Police Department?
Yes, he was on the scene as well.
And you said Fireman Sorrentino was there?
Yes, Sorrentino was there as well.
Did you approach that area?
Yes, I did. That was the first area I went to.
Okay. Now, did you have any concerns about that particular area based on the observations that you just told us about?
Yes, specifically the gas meter.
And what were your concerns about the gas meter?
Well, the gas line was right there, so the concern was that it could possibly explode or start leaking and make the fire that much worse. So we had to make sure we contained that.
Okay. After you called the gas company, what did you do?
After I called the gas company, I then walked across the street to where I spoke with Susan Caneiro first, and I asked her to move her vehicle. So there was a vehicle parked across the street with people standing outside of it, and it was too close to the scene and the active fire. So I had to move further down the street. That way the fire engines and firefighters can come and do what they had to do in that front immediate area.
When you say parked across the street, it was parked across the street from where?
From their house.
From their house, okay. And which way would the vehicle have been facing?
It was facing south.
When you said you saw Susan Caneiro?
Yes.
Okay. When you saw her, where was she?
She was standing outside of her vehicle.
Okay. Near which side?
The driver's side.
The driver's side? Okay. And what, if anything, did you ask her to do at that point?
I asked her to move her vehicle further down the road, so that way she wasn't in the main area.
Okay. And did she, in fact, move the vehicle further down the road?
Yes, she did.
Okay. Do you remember where the vehicle was moved to?
They actually moved further down the road and parked right next to my vehicle.
Okay. So it would be further south?
Correct. They were north of my vehicle.
On which side of the street?
They were on the east side of the street.
Is that the side of the street that 27 Tilton is on?
Correct.
And was their car facing 27 Tilton or facing a different direction?
It was facing when they parked at 27 Tilton.
Okay. Did you see anybody else in the car when you approached it and Susan was outside?
No, at that point I did not.
No, you didn't see anyone else in the car?
No, I did not see anyone else in the
Okay.
car.
At some point, did you learn the occupants' names of 27 Tilton?
Yes, I did.
And what was that?
There's Susan Caneiro, Paul Caneiro, Caitlin Caneiro, and Marissa Caneiro.
Once the vehicle was moved, and I guess I should ask you, what type of vehicle was that?
It was a Porsche SUV, a white Porsche SUV.
Okay. Once the vehicle was moved, what, if anything, did you do?
After the vehicle was moved, I then had to I was walking around the perimeter making sure that the scene was safe. And then shortly after that, I had to get their information.
Okay. Now, at any point on scene, did you see any of the officers making any efforts to do anything with regard to the neighboring houses?
Yes, they were trying to evac the houses. They were going knocking, seeing if anyone was home, because the surrounding nearby houses they had to get everyone out of in case the fire started to spread.
Were there any other vehicles parked in the driveway of 27 Tilton that morning?
Yes.
Do you recall any of those vehicles?
Yes, there was a Jeep Wrangler, a Porsche, I believe 911, and then another Porsche SUV, I believe a Macan.
Okay. You indicated a few minutes ago that at some point you said you spoke to the individuals in the car that moved?
Yes.
Okay, and just who was that, to clarify?
I spoke with Susan Caneiro and Paul Caneiro.
When you spoke with them, was their car already moved from across the street? Were you?
Yes.
Okay. What was the purpose of your speaking with them?
To get their credentials, just to know who they were, who was inside of the house, and what happened that they saw before they exited the house.
Now, back in November of 2018, were you and other officers wearing body-worn cameras?
Yes, we were.
Okay. What is a body-worn camera?
Body-worn camera is a camera that you wear normally in the center of your chest that's able to see everything and hear everything that you see and hear that could be documented later.
Did you have the opportunity, were you wearing it that morning?
Yes, I was.
Was it activated?
Yes, it was.
Did you have the opportunity to review that body-worn camera prior to today?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and what you reviewed, was it fair and accurate, an accurate depiction of what it took place that morning?
Yes, it was.
And do you know if the conversation that you had with Paul Caneiro was captured on that body-worn camera that you just indicated?
It was.
Now, does the first minute and 30 seconds of your body-worn camera, does that capture your initial observations as to when you arrive on scene?
Yes, it does.
Okay. And were certain portions of your body-worn camera clipped for purposes of trial today?
Yes, they were.
I'm showing counsel what's been marked as S74. This is his body-worn camera. Judge, may I approach?
Okay.
I'm showing you what's been marked as S74. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And what is that?
That is my body-worn camera footage.
Judge, the state would seek permission to publish right now the first minute and 30 seconds.
Any objection? You can.
That's not gonna work. That's not doing anything.
Can we stop for a second? Let's get the volume correct. Anna, can we turn the volume up? Thank you.
I'm a mess.
That's not gonna work.
Officer, just explain to us, what are we looking at?
Right now is when I just exited my vehicle and I was walking towards 27 Tilton.
Okay, so just orient us if you could. You're walking toward 27 Tilton. Where would 27 Tilton be?
If you look in the top right corner, about midway down, you'll see a little bit of orange. That's actually the residence. I believe that's the smoke and the fire that you're seeing right now.
Okay, we're paused at timestamp .03. What are those lights back there that you see on screen?
Those headlights, those are, I believe, the Porsches, the vehicle that's parked across the street.
Okay, is that the vehicle you referred to before?
Yes, that's the one that Susan was in front of that I had to remove.
Thank you.
That's not doing anything.
Pausing it at 0.17 seconds. Blurry, but what are we looking at right now in that? If you're facing the screen, the sort of top right corner?
That is the back right corner of the house, and that is the fire that you're seeing coming up the side.
Sorry, who was that officer right there?
It's Charlie Winkowski.
Okay, thank you. And that was paused at 0.31 seconds.
293 Ocean.
Hey, you want me to get them out?
Yes, yes. Get them out, we'll get the neighbor.
Yeah, I think we're
Sorry, that neighbor's evacuated. Can you guys go somewhere further away? Because it looks like a gas meter.
Who is this individual on scene at timestamp 54 seconds?
Susan Caneiro.
Okay, and the car that she's next to, is that the car you were referring to before?
Yes, it was.
And the car is facing in what direction?
It's facing south.
Thank you.
Okay, so go down the street. Mayor, go away. And across the street, things good? Yeah. Okay, I just moved them to get further away for right now. Is anyone answering that?
Thank you. Was that the first minute and 30 seconds of your body-worn camera?
Yes, it was.
Okay. Now, what other agencies responded to the scene shortly after that?
We had the Oakhurst Fire Department, Massacre Fire Department, and several EMS crews, I believe, arrived on scene.
Okay. Now, I know you said it before, but did there come a time when you spoke with the occupants in the car?
Yes, there was.
Okay, and about how much later was that from the time that you arrived on scene?
About 9 minutes.
Okay. Do you know if that conversation was captured on your body-worn camera?
It was.
Specifically, when you spoke to the occupants, did you speak to Mr. Caneiro?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and did he make any statements to you?
Yes.
Judge, at this time, the state would seek to pass out the transcript of S-75, which is the body-worn camera, 8 minutes, 20 seconds to 12 minutes, as well as publish that portion.
Any objection?
Can I just see? Yes. The transcript?
What's this marked as again, the transcript?
S-75, Judge?
All right, so ladies and gentlemen, we're going to provide you with a transcript. The transcript is an aid for you to look at, to understand what people are saying. However, it's your responsibility to listen, to watch the video, and you decide exactly what's being said or not said. So if you hear something different than what you hear on the see in the transcript, you actually would rely on your own recollection as to what you're seeing, because the evidence here will be the actual video, the body-worn camera. It's not going to be the transcript. Does that make sense to everybody?
Yes. Yes, sir.
Okay. You can go ahead. We're going to give those out to the jurors at this point.
And cancel a copy, just in case I could approach Judge.
Sure. Thank you. Also, for the record purposes, the first clip in the exhibits was S-74A, which is that first clip. The transcript we're giving out relates to 74B, which is the time frame of 8:20 to 12 minutes. C or B?
I'm sorry, B.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Which way was your car facing? Was it facing their car or away?
I believe I was facing away, if I recall correctly.
You can
say it that way. You can say it that way. You're asking us. What's your name? Date of birth? Phone number?
Pause for a second. Does it have a skip, or do we have an issue? Okay, just want to make sure. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, let me just deal with that real fast. So if you see something like that on the screen, there may be a legal decision that had to be made, that there's certain areas that would have to be redacted so you would not see that. I don't want you to be concerned about that at all. You should assume that the court had to make a determination one way or another, and it's not for your consideration at all. You're just looking at this as like it's just straight going across, even though it may have been redacted for some reason. Does everybody understand what I'm saying? Yes. All right, thank you. Go ahead.
Yourself. Sorry? Yourself? Did you guys in-house know everything, like your test pick? You want to, yeah, my parents somehow. Okay. Do you want to know stuff like that? It's like you, if you want to come look at it, see for yourself. What, and who else in the house? Okay, what is your name? Caitlin, K-A-T-E-L-Y-N. K-A-T-E-L-Y-n. And Melissa. What's Melissa's date of birth? And Caitlin's? Okay, so... Sure on, is this? You said asthma? Yeah. Okay. I was making sure it's not smoke related. Yeah, no. Okay. So what is that after you were sleeping is? Sleeping, had the alarm from the house was full of smoke. Yeah. I didn't even see the smoke at first. We saw the smoke right away. Oh my God, it was just so quick. Your man is going ran out of the house. We don't have any of our shoes. But, anything else? And you didn't see any claims inside or anything that you said smoke? No, I didn't. Now you got every so got your daughters and dogs? Yeah. That's where I might have started. Yeah. That's why I saw when I came outside, I saw the flame. Is there anything like down there? No. Okay. Alright, so I wouldn't do that. Fire out? No, there's something. It's inside of the roof, they have to go inside.
Because it was hard to see. Who were the two individuals that you were talking to that we saw on the screen?
I saw Susan Caneiro and Paul Caneiro.
Okay. Mr. and Mrs. Caneiro, where did you go?
After that, I walked back to the south side of the house. I was looking at the fire scene that was going on, and was just checking the perimeter.
Did there come a certain point in time when your attention was directed to a particular area of 27 Tilton Drive?
Yes, there was.
And what was that?
That was the garage portion of the house that my attention was brought to by Sergeant Jeff Malone.
Okay. Can you describe the driveway and the garage as it looked that morning?
Driveway, as you walked up the driveway, there was a Jeep parked facing the backyard, so that was facing east, and then the driveway would open up a little bit wider so that cars could face the house, the garage of the house, which was south. So there was two cars facing the garage, and there was one car that was facing the backyard.
When you went over to that area, what, if any, observations did you make of that area?
After we walked up past the vehicles, there was a red gas can that was on its side. There was also burn marks on the door trim of the garage door area, and there was burn marks and gas on the Porsche Macan, and there was smoke damage as well on it.
Okay, so if you're over by the garage area, where was the fire that you observed when you initially got there? Where would that be in location to the garage area?
If I'm looking at the garage closest to me, and I'm looking inside the doors, it was back left would be where the flames originally were.
Were your observations that you just described over by the garage, were they captured on your body-worn camera?
Yes.
Okay. Judge, permission to play maybe S74C.
Okay.
Just to orient us, what are we looking at here?
Right now, we're looking at 27 Tilton, where that tree is on the side of the house you're seeing towards the back portion. That actually is, I believe, smoke and fire damage. That is the back corner that was on fire.
And whose driveway is that everybody is in?
That's the neighbor's house. That's one house south.
Is that you writing on the pad?
Yes, it is.
Who's the individual that you're following?
That is Sergeant Malone.
Pause it, please. It's paused at timestamp 2 minutes, 7 seconds. What are we looking at in this picture?
We're looking at the garage of 27 Tilton.
Okay. Now, just for purposes of the record, are the garage doors open or shut or something else?
One door is open, one door is shut.
Which one? The one on the
The
right?
east door, which is the left door in this video, is the one that's open. The right door is closed.
Okay, you can continue. Thank you. Officer, are you able to identify from this clip, it's 2 minutes and 17 seconds, which car you were referring to when you said the Porsche Macan?
The further one in the back, the second vehicle that you're seeing, the SUV.
Okay. And what is that red item on the ground?
That is a gas can.
Thank you. Thank you. Officer, that area that we were just looking at, over by the garage where the cars were,
Yes.
what, if anything, was done to that area shortly after you made those observations?
After that, we put caution tape up and around it to secure the scene.
Did there come a time when you took possession of anything from the garage area that we just observed?
Yes, there was.
And what was that?
A DVR unit.
Okay. Where specifically did you take possession of that from within the garage?
If you first walk into that garage door that you saw open, it is the back left corner, and it was on top of, I believe, a refrigerator, where there was something that was stacked on top of.
Did you have a role in taking that DVR?
Yes, I was handed it from, we had another officer, Patrolman Bones, that climbed up and he was able to unhook the DVRs, and then he handed them to me, and I went and placed them and secured them in my locked vehicle.
Okay, and just for purposes of completeness, who requested that you take that DVR?
That was Sergeant Jeff Malone.
Okay. How did you learn where the DVR was located within the garage?
That was from Patrolman Bernhard. He went and spoke with Mr. Caneiro, and he got the information from him, who was relayed to me.
Okay, and once you took possession of the DVR, what, if anything, did you do with it?
I took it and I brought it to my vehicle, my patrol vehicle, and I put it in the trunk, which was locked.
Okay, are you referring to your patrol vehicle that was parked behind the car that the Caneiros were in?
Yes.
Okay. Who ultimately took possession of that DVR from you?
That would be Detective Catalano from the prosecutor's office.
When you walked over to your vehicle to place the DVR inside of it?
Yes.
And I think you said it was where did you put it?
In the trunk. They're locked in the rear.
Okay. Did you pass anyone?
Yes, I did.
Who?
The Caneiros were still in their vehicle. Paul's in the driver's seat.
After you secured the DVR system in your trunk, where did you go?
After that, I went back to the garage.
When you went back to the garage, who was over there at that point?
Now, Fire Marshal Flanagan was there.
Anyone else? If you recall.
The other officers, there was Officer, I believe, Redmond there, and Bernhard, I'm not sure who else.
Okay. And if you watched your body-worn camera, would that refresh your memory?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know specifically why Fire Marshal Flanagan was over there?
I believe he was being pointed towards the gas can and the fires that we were seeing on the other side.
Okay. Judge, at this time, the state seeks permission to publish S-74D.
Any objection? Okay.
The two officers we're looking at, to the left and the right, you could just...
To the left is Sergeant Malone, to the right is Patrolman Redmond.
And what is Patrolman Redmond holding?
The DVR units, we were trying to figure out which ones were the correct ones.
So had it already been taken at that point?
Yes, it was already taken.
And I think you said it was on the someplace, where did you say it was?
It was on the top of a refrigerator or something in the back corner, the back left corner of the garage, if you're walking in through the open door.
Thank you. Is this you walking?
Yes, it is.
What are you holding in your hands?
The DVR unit. As well as wires.
And is there another box too?
Yes, there was.
So you had two items?
Correct.
What was the other thing?
I'm not sure if that was the router. From there, I do not know what that was.
Who is this gentleman in plain clothing?
That is Chris Sorrentino. That was the first firefighter on scene.
And who is this officer?
That was Patrolman Bernhard.
paused at 2 minutes and 11 seconds. That car, do you see a car in front of you?
Yes, I do.
Okay, whose car is that?
That is the Caneiro's vehicle that they were in.
Was it in the same location there as it was when you first spoke to them?
Yes. Well, after I got their information, yes.
Is that the trunk of your car?
Yes, it is.
What are you doing right now?
I'm putting the DVRs and the wires for them inside the trunk of my car.
Who is this individual?
That's another firefighter who is also the captain of our department, Restar.
Where are you right now?
The garage of 27 Tilton.
Can you pause it? I'm sorry, can you come back? A little bit more. It's fine. What's the timestamp? Sure. It's timestamp 6 minutes 5 seconds. Right. So if you're facing the screen all the way to the right, like halfway in the garage, who's that man?
That is Flanagan, Fire Marshal.
Flanagan. Okay. And are there other officers on scene as well over there?
Yes, to the left where you see the light, that's Patrolman Bones, and I'm not sure who that is.
Okay.
Beyond.
Good, continue. Thank you. Do you know if Fire Marshal Flanagan was made aware at that point that the DVR had been removed from the garage?
I believe I told him that we took the DVR.
How long was Fire Marshal Flanagan over by that garage area from the time you got back there?
Or so, 2 minutes, because then he went, I believe he had to go speak with someone.
Okay, do you know who he went to speak to?
Yes.
Who?
Paul Caneiro.
Okay, and how do you know that?
Because he was told that he was advised he was asking who the homeowners were, and he wanted to go speak with them.
Now, were any detectives from the Ocean Township Police Department notified that morning of this scene?
Yes, Detective Brady.
Okay, and why was Detective Brady notified?
Because he was the on-call detective, and now with the gas can that we saw and the separate fire on that side, it became suspicious, and we were now possibly looking at a crime.
Okay, but just to be clear, I mean, just to be 100% clear at this point, was there any person in particular that you had suspicions about at that point on scene?
No.
Okay. Who was the scene ultimately turned over to?
The prosecutor's office.
Okay, and how long were you on scene for?
I believe I stayed on scene until approximately 9:30, holding scene security.
Nothing further.
Ross? Sure.
Sorry, Judge, may I take the transcripts? Is it back from the jurors? I completely forgot.
Yeah, we could, just pass them down to the end if you don't mind. And yeah, you can come get them. Thank you. This way. Thanks. I got him. Mr. Decker has it. Thanks.
Morning, sir. So, let's start with a little bit of a timeline. You testified on direct that you got a call from dispatch at 5:02 a.m.
Yes.
Okay. And you explained to the jurors that that call from dispatch originated from a call from the county?
Yes.
Okay. And so it was the county that notified dispatch and the dispatch that notified you?
Correct.
Okay. And the county call came in at 4:59, you said?
Yes.
And once you learned at 5:02 that there was a potential fire at 27 Tilton, you then responded.
Correct.
And I think you indicated it took you about 3 or 4 minutes to get there, so you estimate you got there approximately, let's say, 5:06.
Yes, in that
Okay.
time.
Yes. And so, obviously, if the call to the county came in at 5:59 and your call from dispatch came at 5:02, you had no knowledge of this fire prior to that, right?
Correct.
You were not on scene prior to 4:59 or 5:02, correct?
Correct.
Because, in fact, you were not on scene until approximately 5:06 a.m.
Correct.
And when you got there, who was already there?
There was Chris Sorrentino, who was a firefighter.
Mm-hmm.
We had Patrolman Charles Wankowski and Patrolman Bernhard.
Okay. And are you aware who got there first?
I am not. I know Wankowski and the Bernhard, they got there almost very similar times, but I was on the other side from where I believe they arrived.
What about Redmond?
Yes, Redmond. Sorry, Redmond, not Bernhard. Redmond was there before him.
Okay. So, was Bernhard there before you or after you?
After me.
After.
That was a misspeak of the names. Yeah.
Got it. Okay. So just so I understand, So you get there at approximately 5:06, and the people who are already there
Yes.
are Chris Sorrentino,
Yes.
who is like a fire from the fire.
Correct.
Was it Oakhurst?
Oakhurst, Massacre. Oakhurst, yes.
Okay, he's like a fire person from Oakhurst, and then we have officers Wankowski and Redmond, who are from Ocean Township.
Yes.
Okay, and so the three of them must have gotten there sometime between 5:02 and 5:06.
Yes.
Okay. And as far as you know, the four of you were the first responders to that scene,
Yes.
right? There wasn't anyone before the four of you, was there?
I do not believe so.
Okay. And when we saw the body-worn camera footage, we watched a few different clips, correct?
Yes.
But those clips came from like a longer video, right?
Correct.
And that video was your body-worn camera that was running while you were on scene.
Yes.
Okay. And why did you turn your body-worn camera on when you first arrived?
Because when we get to scenes, we were supposed to activate our cameras when we are arriving at the call or on the way to the call, and that's the reason I activated them.
Okay. And so what we saw was sort of like clips from the span of about, can we say the first maybe 50 minutes, like close to an hour, but not quite an hour?
Yes.
Okay. And you saw it was dark out, right?
Yes.
Okay. Is it fair to say that it was pretty dark?
Yes.
Okay. And when you had your first interaction with the Caneiros, specifically it was Susan Caneiro, right?
Yes.
We saw the video.
Yes.
And when we watched that video, what we saw was you were asking Susan to move the car further down the road, correct?
Yes.
Because you were concerned that the car was too close to the scene.
Yes.
And you relayed that to them.
Yes.
And specifically, what you said to Susan was, can you guys go somewhere further away? Because it looks like the gas meter. That's what you said,
Yes.
right? Okay. And I don't want to speculate as to what you meant by that, but you did testify that the fire was near the gas meter, correct? And so were you essentially saying you need to move down the road because this is dangerous, potentially?
Yes.
Okay. And so that's why you related to them, because it looks like the gas meter. Those were your words.
Yes, because
But you didn't actually explain to them in more specifics. You just wanted them to move the car. That was your priority.
Yes.
So you weren't like, it wasn't, you did not say to them, the fire happens to be near the gas meter. We're worried about that. You just said, it looks like the gas meter. Please move.
Yes.
Okay. And now, that was your first conversation, and it was very brief.
Yes.
It was about another 9 minutes later, I think you said, that you had your second interaction with them.
Yes.
Okay. And during the second interaction, that's the one where we had the transcript, the purpose of that interaction was to get what, pedigree information?
Yes.
To make sure they were okay?
Yes.
And that's when you met, did you meet all four of the Caneiros at that point?
I didn't speak with the daughters. I only really met with Paul and Susan, who were outside of the vehicle.
Okay. And when you met with them, you asked for simple things like their phone number and their date of birth and things like that.
Yes.
And then you asked, did you guys inhale smoke or anything? Is your chest tight? Again, trying to ascertain whether there were any injuries.
Yes.
And what Paul Caneiro says in direct response to that question is, I hit my hand somehow.
Yes.
Okay? And so he volunteers that information to you, right?
Yes.
Okay. And he's letting you know that's the only injury that he's aware anyone has. And you ask him if he wants an ambulance to check him out, and he says to you, I don't know, what do you think? He wasn't sure. Is that fair?
Yes.
And then ultimately, I don't know if, is someone gave him like an ice pack of some sort? I think, is that what
I'm
happened?
not sure after that, because he said, him and Susan said they didn't need any medical attention at the time. So I didn't, my involvements with medical on them was ended there.
Okay. But there was no further discussion about the hand at that point, right?
No.
Okay. And he did not say he burned his hand, right? He said, I hit it.
Yes, I believe his hit hurt. It's kind of really hard to exactly hear, but yes, he said hit his hand or hurt his hand.
Do you want to see the transcript? Will that help?
You can show me it, yes.
Do you have the one marked that we... So I'm going to approach with what's been previously marked for identification as S75. And I'm just going to direct your attention... This is a transcript of the body worn camera footage, just the clip we saw of the interview.
Okay.
And I'm going to just direct your attention to line 39. Line 36 is your question about, and then 39 says, I hit my hand somehow.
Okay, yep.
Okay. Now, he also tells you during that interaction, he mentions like, oh my God, the smoke was so thick.
Yes.
And he also notes to you that they don't even, like, they kind of ran out of the house. He doesn't even have shoes on.
Yes.
Remember that?
Yes.
And in any event, after you speak with them, is that when you're shown or was it before or after you speak with them that you're shown the small fire by the garage?
After I spoke with him, I was shown that.
After, okay.
Yes.
Do we have like a photo just I think it shows like the garage. Just like the photo. The phone.
Library of S1A.
Can we have the back prosecutor's table? Okay, so I just wanted to orient ourselves. What we can see in this photo is the front of 27 Tilton, correct?
You need to tell us what photo it is for the record.
I'm so sorry. It's S1-1A3.
Okay.
This is the front of 27 Tilton, correct?
Yes.
Okay. This is obviously during daylight hours, right?
Yes.
Okay. But you're familiar with it?
Yes.
And what we see on the left side of the screen is the garage, right?
Yes.
And we see the two garage doors.
I see the one on the right. The one on the left looks like it's obstructed by the two pieces coming out, the trim pieces, but yes, you can see the garage doors.
Okay. And to be clear, like this wasn't, I'm not saying this is how it was when you first saw it or anything. This is just a photo taken later, right?
Yes.
But just to orient ourselves, the garage door to the far left, right?
Yes.
Sort of, I'm just going to point on the screen, kind of where the tip of this Porsche vehicle and the bottom of the left garage door, this is where that small fire was, right?
Yes, it's all the way to the left side of that garage door.
Do you want to circle it on the screen? Would that be helpful?
Yes.
Just where you saw that small fire? Okay.
best as I can
Gets
make
the
it with
point
this
across.
little bit, yeah.
All right, and then on this side here, now this is the right side of the house,
Correct,
if you're looking at it.
yes.
And then the smoke was coming out the back side, right? The fire?
Yes.
Like we can't see that part of the house in this photo, right?
Correct.
Because it's behind, it's like the back corner,
Yes.
right? Okay. So, just to make sure we're on the same page here, there's two separate fires, right?
Yes.
In this house. And the main fire, the big one, is the one we really can't see because it's behind the right side of it's the back right of the house.
Yes.
Correct? And then there's this small fire that evidently occurred by the garage, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, as you're on scene, you can take it down.
Hold on for a minute. Sir, so that we all understand, are you talking about the first bay?
No, these further bay towards the backyard.
So it's the back bay?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Because it's hard to see from that photograph. So everyone understand we're talking about the back bay? All right. And so we can have that marked as 3.1. Slide 3.1.
We also see in this photo that the crime scene tape is up, right?
Yes.
And I think you mentioned that on direct. You said that the crime scene tape was put up to secure the area, right?
Yes.
But I'll back up for a second. So, patrolman. So who shows you the fire? Is it Redmond, or the area of the garage? Is it Redmond?
That was Sergeant Jeff Malone.
Sergeant Malone. So Sergeant Malone brings you to the garage area where the fire at that point had been extinguished, right?
Right.
And he shows you some things, right?
Yes.
And the things he shows you are, number one, the gas can that we saw in your video, it was like laying on the ground, right?
Yes.
Can we actually, so I think it was S74D. The state had paused it at 6:05. Can we get it back up? Oh yes, sir. Do you mind hitting undo? It's on the right, the bottom right corner. It's hard to see there.
Here it is. There we go.
6:05. Right there is good. Now, if we can just, I don't know if you can like tap your screen to get the bottom, so you can see the bottom. I don't know if I can do that. Oh, okay, do that. Let's minimize it. There we go. Okay. So, sir, we see the gas can in the photo, in the still frame of the body-worn camera, right?
Yes.
Can you circle the gas can, please? And maybe don't maximize it, but drag it out so that like it covers most of the screen, cover so she can print it. You know what? Let's try again. Do you mind hitting undo?
Sure.
And we're just going to make this bigger to cover more of the screen. You can't like tap in. I can play. Okay, maybe if you press play. Okay, perfect. Yeah. All right, let's minimize it again then. All right, let's just circle that one, if you don't mind.
This is the gas can I'm circling.
Okay, and then if we can capture that. And for purposes of the evidence, we'll just like redact or the actual screen, which is not part of the evidentiary photo.
Would you like me to circle where the burn marks are on the door so that people can see a little better in this image?
Sure. Okay. So we're looking at the left garage bay,
Yes.
and that's where that small fire was.
Yes.
And we could kind of see in the photo actually like the char marking from where the little fire was.
Yes, there was a fire there. There was another fire that was on top of the vehicle as well that was extinguished when I got there as well.
Okay, let's talk about that one. You did see, you observed the, so if we back up for a second, there's multiple cars in this driveway.
Yes.
Right? And I think there was 3 total?
Yes.
And there's a Jeep that's kind of further back down the driveway?
Yes.
But then there's 2 Porsche vehicles closer to the garage?
Yes.
And are they parked side by side?
Yes.
And one of them had like a big, like a burn mark on the hood, or
Yes.
maybe multiple burn marks.
Yes.
So what we printed with the 2 circles would be a S74 D.1.
I'm going to show the state what I've marked as D1-200, D1-200, D1-201, and D1-203. Judge, may I approach?
Okay.
Sir, I'm approaching you with just a few photographs. Do you recognize what's in these photos?
Yes, that is the vehicle that was parked in the driveway with the burn marks.
Is that, we can see in this is D1-200, there's 2 Porsches parked next to each other,
Yes.
and the Porsche on the right is the one with the burn marks.
Yes.
Okay. And this is, would you agree, this is the same car in all 3, it's just slightly different angles?
Yes.
Okay. And does this accurately depict what you saw, like the burn mark that you saw in the car?
Yes, it depicts the burn marks.
Okay. Permission to publish?
Yeah, so it's 200, 201, and what was the last one? Is it 202 or 203?
It's D-1 for all, and then it's -1, 200, 201, and 203.
203, okay.
So this is the first photograph, and can you describe what we're seeing there?
Wait, hold on, which number is this? Is this 200 or is this 201 or 203?
This is D-1-201.
201, okay.
Okay, so you're seeing the previous fire damage that was on the vehicle that was extinguished
Okay.
by the burning or char marks.
This is what you observed when you came on scene.
Yes, when I was
Not
over
immediately, but after you spoke to the Caneiros the second time, when it was Sergeant Malone who showed it to you.
there. Yes, that is correct.
And then I'm just going to show a zoom out of that, which is D-1-203. Okay, is that the same vehicle, sir?
Yes, it is.
Just like a little bit more zoomed out?
Correct.
And we can see the second Porsche parked next to it?
Yes, you can.
Okay, and then one last photo is the D-1-200. And this photo, again, just a slightly different angle, but you can see there's like the burn mark on the car. Maybe it extends down a little.
Yes.
Now, these photographs appear to have been taken in daylight. Is that fair?
Yes.
When you were on scene, was it dark out mostly?
Yes.
Okay, and you were on scene from approximately, well, initially it was dark out. You were on scene from 5:04 a.m. until 9:30, is that right?
In that range, yes. Not exactly sure if it was give or take a few minutes at the end there, but
Okay,
yes.
let's say approximately 4.5 hours, fair?
Okay, yes.
Okay, it obviously wasn't dark that entire time, but maybe it was dark for the first, I don't know, couple hours?
First hour and a half or so before,
Like
like
5.
6:37-ish, yeah, that's,
Okay, 5 to like 6:30 or 7-ish.
yes, it was dark.
And so there's the gas can, there's the burn marks on the car. There's the fact that the garage door was on fire, right? Those three things so far.
Yes.
And it was also, so those three things in and of itself were suspicious. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. And what was also suspicious is that there's two separate fires on opposite ends of the house, correct?
Correct.
Okay. In other words, like normally, if there's one main fire, you wouldn't expect another fire to be in a totally different area if the fire was organic, so to speak.
Yes.
Okay. And because of the gas can, because of the burn marks in the car and this garage area, not only did there was crime scene tape being set up, but the reason is because it was becoming a crime scene, correct?
Correct.
And that was happening at approximately 25 minutes into you being there, which was approximately 5:30 a.m. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And so within a half hour of you being there, it's turning into a crime scene.
Correct.
And the reason why it's turning into a crime scene is because it appeared the fire was intentionally started.
Correct. That was a possibility.
And so this was, you along with the other officers were starting the investigation at that point.
Yes.
And one of the things that was also done was to maintain a presence in the area once it was taped off.
Yes.
And that means that officers were in the area of the crime scene to make sure that it was not disturbed.
Correct.
And can you just explain the importance of not disturbing the crime scene? Like, why would we not want to do that?
You wouldn't want to move or disturb the crime scene because you want to see how everything fell or laid and how it was when whatever occurred actually occurred.
Okay. And when we saw that video, that it was still dark out, and you circled the gas can, approximately, like, it's still dark out. Approximately how soon into you being there was that? Approximately.
Within probably the first 20 minutes, I think.
That was within the first 20 minutes.
When I first got to the garage, yes.
When you circled that gas can in the photo.
If that was the one with Fire Marshal Flanagan, that was later then.
Oh, that was later.
Yes,
okay.
that was towards the very end of my body camera. That
Okay.
should be like the 45, 50 minute.
45. How about... So it was within the first hour?
Yes.
And it was after the crime scene is starting to be set up?
Yes.
Again, to make sure nothing is disturbed?
Yes.
Okay. And the way that you saw the gas can in that photo, you agree that's what you saw at the time you saw it, right?
Yes.
It's not, wasn't changed, was it?
No.
And, the agencies that ultimately responded to the scene, I think you did talk about it. I'm not sure if you talked about all of them, but just to go through them briefly, there was the Ocean Township Police Department, correct?
Yes.
And there was multiple police officers, right?
Yes.
As well as detectives on scene.
Yes.
And there was also, there was Fire Marshal Flanagan, correct?
Correct.
He was the fire marshal from what, Oakhurst or Ocean?
Yes, I don't want to say Oakhurst or Massacre. I sometimes get those two confused, which fire companies they respond from.
But he was from
the Ocean Township Fire Department, yes.
like a township fire department.
Yes.
And since you were there until 9:30 approximately, you were also there when the county fire marshal showed up?
Yes.
Okay. And so there's like, to clarify, there's like a county marshal for a township, and then there's a county fire marshal, which is a broader title?
I'm not sure how they all work, but I know there's different things in them, but I'm nothing with the fire department, so.
Okay. You're also aware that eventually Monmouth County Prosecutor's Office was contacted, correct?
Yes.
And that was when you were still on scene, right?
Yes.
Do you know around what time that was?
I'm not sure what time they were called out exactly now.
Was it like toward the beginning, the end, or the middle
I'd say
when you were there?
It was within probably the first hour and a half hour, because that's when we called in our on-call detectives, we probably would have let major crimes know as well.
Okay, so within the first, we'll say hour and a half or so.
Yes.
Right? The county prosecutor's office is notified to come on scene, right? At 27 Tilton,
Yes.
Mr. Caneiro's house.
Yes.
And this is again because of the investigation that's unfolding and the suspicious fire that could be intentionally set or is likely intentionally set,
Yes.
based on what you knew at that time. And like you just mentioned, there was the major crimes detectives that showed up.
Yes.
And that's a detective who is assigned to a unit in the prosecutor's office that investigates more serious crimes like arsons. Is that fair?
Yes.
Also, there was detectives from the forensic unit. Are you aware of that from the prosecutor's office that arrived?
I'm not sure exactly what units arrived at there. I know the prosecutor's office came out. I don't want to speak on what units actually came.
Okay. Did you see, while you were there, did you see the detectives from the prosecutor's office arrive and process the scene at some point? Were
Yes.
you there for that?
Yes.
Okay, so there are detectives from the prosecutor's office processing the scene while you're still on scene.
Yes.
And the fire departments that responded included, I think you said Wanamasa? Yes?
Yes.
And Oakhurst?
Yes.
And were you aware of any other fire departments or no?
It was a little bit ago. I'd have to look at the sheet, a call-out sheet for who arrived. I wouldn't want to speak on that now.
Okay, no problem. Now, the two times that you spoke to Mr. Caneiro and his family members, is it fair to say they were cooperative with you?
Yes.
Okay. And at some point, as part of the investigation, and the prosecutor asked you about this, you were part of this, you and some other officers went into Mr. Caneiro's garage, and you took a DVR, right?
Yes.
That's a video recording.
Yes.
So there were cameras on the outside of Mr. Caneiro's home or something to that effect. Did you see that?
Yes.
Okay. And that's why you meaning law enforcement wanted to seize the DVR, right?
Correct.
Okay. To see if there was evidence on it, right?
Yes.
And I think you testified on direct that you became aware it was in the garage because another officer spoke to the Caneiros, and then that officer relayed to you where the DVR was located.
Yes.
Okay. So as far as you were aware, again, Mr. Caneiro was being cooperative, right?
Yes.
And the officer that I think you testified on direct that actually retrieved the DVR was Officer Bones.
Yes.
And you were present while he was doing it.
Yes.
You were watching him.
Correct.
And he was on a ladder.
Yes.
And the DVR was located on top of the refrigerator in the back corner of the
Yes.
garage. Now it took a while. When I say a while, I'll be more specific. It took about 7 or 8 minutes for the DVR to be removed. Is that fair?
About, yeah.
And that's because there was a lot of wires and stuff.
Yes.
Is that fair?
Yeah, there was wires, and we were trying to discern which unit was which, because we were looking to see if one was possibly a router or if they were both for DVR units.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a break for lunch. Doesn't seem like we're going to stop. So you guys are going to go downstairs, give you the minutes to get down there so you have a little bit longer. And I'll have you back up here at 1:30. Please don't discuss this case or do any research. I'll see you back up here at 1:30. Okay, good afternoon. Please be seated. Good afternoon. Good to have everyone back. All right, we're back on the record. State of New Jersey versus Paul Caneiro, indictment 19-02-0283. Can I have the appearances of counsel for the record?
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Assistant Prosecutor Nicole Wallace, on behalf of the state.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Chris Decker, Assistant Prosecutor for the state.
Good afternoon, Monica Mastalone, on behalf of Mr. Paul Caneiro, Mr. President, to my left.
Good afternoon, Judge Andy Murray, Mr. Caneiro.
Okay, and good afternoon, Mr. Caneiro. All right, we will, no, we won't. Can you come back up, sir? Hello, sir. Sir, you're still under oath,
Yes.
and we'll continue with the cross-examination, Ms. Massalone, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Judge. So, we were talking about, just to recap, some of the suspicious things that, were on scene, correct?
Yes.
When we talked about the gas can, that was found right in front of the garage area, correct?
Yes.
We saw a photo of that?
Yes.
Or a still shot from a video?
Yes.
And we talked about the burn marks on the car. We saw photos of those.
Correct.
We talked about how there's two different fires in opposite sides of the house.
Yes.
And we talked about how, in addition to there being like the burn mark on the hood and the fire char marks that had been extinguished, was there like some gasoline on the ground or something?
There was some gasoline splatter you could see on the car as well.
Okay.
What appeared to be gasoline splatter.
Okay. And so, did it appear that, in fact, you had looked at it and you said, it looks like they threw gas on it,
Yes.
right? And when you say they, you mean whoever did this?
Correct.
Right? You noticed the gas splatter specifically,
Yes.
and you say to Officer Redmond at one point, you can see the gas marks, see where they threw the gas,
Yes.
right? Okay. And then we talked a little bit about how there was a search or there was a DVR system in Mr. Caneiro's garage, right?
Yes.
And you and some other officers went into the garage to retrieve it,
Yes.
to see if it had any relevant evidence on it.
Yeah.
Okay. And again, the basis of you knowing it was there is that another officer spoke to Mr. Caneiro and his daughter, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you were never told, like, you can't get it, right? You just...
Correct.
So I'm going to show you a video of, this is from your body-worn camera, and it's just it's a few portions of the search. I previously spoke to the state, there's no objection? No objection. We're going to turn, make sure there's no problem. And we're going to start at, so this is, for the record, the body-worn camera file ending 734. We can, if we want to burn the clips onto a disc later, we can do that, Judge, if that works.
What's it marked as?
We'll mark it as D1. D71. And we'll do, it's going to be D71, this will be A. So to 32. So we're going to start at the timestamp 32. That's good. That's fine. 31:56. And so we're at 31:56. Before we start it, just to orient ourselves, our Officer Marino, this is Mr. Caneiro's garage, correct?
Correct.
And we see one of the Porsches in front of the garage.
Yes.
And this is the left bay garage door, right?
Yes.
And you were about to enter into the garage, right?
Yes.
Okay, so we'll press play. Can we pause it just for a second? So we see the timestamp is like 32 minutes, right?
Yes.
And you indicated that you had turned your body-worn camera on when you arrived on scene at approximately 5:06?
Correct.
So when we see the timestamp of 30, because the video itself doesn't have like a date or a time on it, right? But we can surmise that because of the timestamp and because of the when you turned it on, we're about 32 minutes into you being there, right? Which is cool. It's we're approaching about 5:40 a.m., right?
Correct.
Okay. So then. Go ahead. All right, I'm going to pause it here and just, can you identify on the screen, do you see there's like a refrigerator and a freezer?
Yes.
Okay, do you want to just, sure.
The refrigerator?
Yeah, that's fine. Okay, just so that the jury knows what we're talking about. So that right there is the refrigerator, and the DVR system, you were informed, is on top of that, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Did you get it? Is it captured? All right, do you just mind hitting undo? Perfect, all right, let's keep going. All right, I'm gonna pause it. We're at, what's our time?
D71.1.
Okay, we're at 32:18. I'm going to fast forward a little bit. Is it fair to say, Miss Officer Marino, I'm sorry, is it fair to say that for the next few minutes, you and the other officers are kind of like walking around the garage and just, there's a ladder on the wall, right?
Yes.
And because the DVR is on top of the refrigerator, the ladder was removed so that Officer Bones could reach on top of the refrigerator? Do you recall that? Okay. All right, so we're going to fast forward to 35 minutes. All right, so we're at 35:05. Okay, can we pause it for a second? Okay. Now this is are you reaching up there initially? Is that you? Your hand?
Yes.
Okay. And can we see now, it was the light on the garage, there was originally a light on in the garage, right?
Yes.
But then it gets dark, correct? Yes? And is that because the power got cut off at some point while the firemen were working or something?
I believe they shut the power for the house.
Okay. So it's now, just to clarify, we're only a few minutes later, but the power is off in the garage, right? And so see where that blue cord is hanging down?
Yes.
Is that the top of the refrigerator?
I believe that might be next to the refrigerator.
That's next to the refrigerator? Okay.
No, that is the refrigerator.
That is the refrigerator.
Yep.
We can see, because you're directing your flashlight to the top of the
Yes.
refrigerator, which is where the DVR is,
Yep.
right? I'm going to fast forward again to 37 minutes. We're at 36:57. Now, it's a little blurry at the moment, but we just had the occasion to see on the left hand of the screen, is that Officer Bones?
Yes.
And we can see he's he's standing on a ladder, maybe it's a different ladder, he's sitting on a ladder,
Yes.
and he's like leaning over the refrigerator, trying to figure out which item is the DVR.
That and the wires too, because there's a bunch of wires. We had to make sure we got the correct wires for the power.
Okay, you wanted to make sure that when you got back to the police station with the DVR system, you had the correct wire to plug it in.
Correct.
Okay. All right. Good. Did you see what Officer Bones just picked up there? Did it look like a power strip?
If you want to rewind, I can try to look a little closer.
Just like.
I can't tell from that if it's a power strip or not.
Keep going.
Looks like maybe he's trying to hold a wire, but
Right there, what he
Yes.
grabs right there, it's in his hand. Does
that may be
look
a
like?
power strip, from what it appears to be.
What about, do you remember whether it was a power strip?
No.
Were you paying any close attention as far as like what things were plugged into and where?
I was letting him handle it. I was kind of watching him, making sure he wasn't going to fall or anything.
Okay. There's no like outlets at the top of the wall there, right? That you can see?
That I'm aware of. I did not look for them.
Okay. Well, you did say there's a lot of wires, right?
Well, a lot of wires that I had to take back to the car, a handful of wires at one point when we were watching the other body camera I spoke of.
The wires are from, like there's a lot of wires on top of the refrigerator? Is that
Yeah.
what you're saying?
Well, it appears that way right here, but I'm only speaking with the wires I had in my hand. I don't know if there was 10 wires or 20 wires back there, so
Okay.
I don't know.
There's at least a few. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. And so do you know whether the outlets are like where they are specifically? Are they
No.
behind the fridge, above
don't
the?
know.
Okay, you don't know. And you didn't take note of that, right?
No.
Okay. Okay, I'm gonna, maybe this is good. No, let's fast forward. So I'm gonna stop it at 37:32, and I'm gonna fast forward to 38 minutes. That's good, 37:59. Who is that officer?
That's Redmond.
That's Redmond.
Patrolman Redmond.
Okay, and in his hand, does he have the DVRs that were recovered, or?
Yes.
Okay, and now you're focusing on the wires at this point? Is that what's happening?
Yes. I believe he's getting the wires and coming down at this point, and we have one wire already.
And again, it's fair to say that this was like taking a little bit of time because there was a lot of trying to figure out what's what.
Yes.
What wire is what system is what belongs to what.
Yes.
We just kind of saw, I think that it was in your hands, there was like a few different cords.
Yes.
And at this point, I think you and Officer Redmond are having a discussion about trying to figure out what wires potentially go to what ports in the system. All right, we're going to fast forward one more time to 38:30. Okay, 38:31. And we see Officer Bones, again, working on some wires, possibly a power strip.
Yep.
Okay. Is that Sergeant Malone?
Yes, it is.
Okay. So, at this point, you've retrieved the DVR,
Yes.
right? And I think, again, from that last clip, would you agree with me that you can see that there's like a bunch of wires on top of the refrigerator, or
Yes.
freezer refrigerator? And you didn't, again, you didn't take note, all of those wires, you have no idea what was plugged into the wall versus a power strip versus anything else.
Correct.
And, can we fast forward 30 seconds? Now, I think we saw this in the state's exhibit. I'm just going to play it again. This is you now walking to your car, correct?
Yes.
Okay. I think you testified earlier, this is Chris Sorrentino, right?
Yes.
Okay. And is this, I know this is a blurry image, but he's not wearing like a baseball hat, is he?
Not that I see in this one.
Okay. And as an officer, it's not part of your uniform to wear a baseball cap, is it?
Only if we're wearing Class B uniforms,
And that's like if you're in street crimes?
or if you're doing a road job or something like that, or
Like
inclement
undercover?
weather. Inclement weather or something like that.
Inclement
It shows OTPD on it, it has a patch.
Okay. Here, we've seen a lot of body-worn camera footage. You're not wearing a baseball cap, right?
No, not in
None
this
of the
uniform.
first responding officers were wearing baseball caps, right?
No.
And again, you can see he's not wearing a hat, right?
Yep.
Is that where you had a conversation with another officer?
Yes.
And which officer is that?
That's Patrolman Bernhard.
That's Bernhard, okay. And, after you speak to Patrolman Bernhard, that's when you put the DVR in your vehicle,
Yes.
correct? Now, I think we're done. We can take off the video. So, the purpose of again, removing the DVR and taking it was to look at it and see if there's any evidence on it, right?
Correct.
Okay, did you ever ask Mr. Caneiro or his wife or any of the residents of the home whether they had access to footage on their phones so that it could be looked at sooner?
I did not.
And the gas can that was in the in front of the garage. Did you ever say to Mr. Caneiro or his wife or any of the family members, hey, can I take you over here and can you look at this and tell me if this is your gas can or not your gas can, or if you've seen this before?
No.
Okay. Ultimately, for the time you were on scene, which was 4.5 hours, did you have any involvement with this case after that?
No.
Okay, so you were on scene for about 4.5 hours, like approximately 5-ish to 9:30-ish, and that was it. Then you were done.
Yes, I went and wrote my report for the fire investigation. That was it.
Okay, and prior to you leaving, you had a conversation at one point we saw with Fire Marshal Flanagan.
Yes.
Were you relaying the suspiciousness to him after he arrived on scene? Like you were telling him about the gas can in the car and the things?
Yes, that's when I walked up. That was all getting explained to him. Yes.
You had him at the like the area of the garage, right?
Yes.
And he was informed that it was a crime scene,
Yes.
right? Okay. And was he informed that like detectives were coming and the prosecutor's office was coming, or not yet?
I'm not sure if we told him at this point.
You don't recall?
Yeah, I don't
That's
recall.
okay. All right. But it was made clear pretty early. I think Fire Marshal Flanagan got there approximately 5:30. Is that, I don't know, does that sound right?
The first time I see him is when we get to that garage scene where he's speaking.
And that was, do we have the
That's
times?
when I returned back from dropping off the DVRs in the vehicle.
And that's within the time frame of your body worn camera,
So
so we
within
know
50
it's
minutes.
we know it's within the first 45, 50 minutes or so.
Yes.
And at one point, you're having a conversation with Officers Redmonds and Bones, and you said, "I think it's messy." Do you recall saying that?
No, I'd have to see that in the transcript.
Sure.
please.
Okay, so I'm going to approach the witness with what's been marked for identification as D105. It is the transcript of body-worn camera ending in 3926 for Sergeant Miller. So I'm going to hand you this transcript. Now, this isn't your body-worn camera, but it's a transcript of Sergeant Malone's, and I'm just using it to refresh your memory, okay? And you'll see there's a legend on the front.
Yes.
And do you see DM stands for David Marino?
Yes.
Okay. So I'm going to ask you to just flip to the last page. And just read, it's a half page. Just read that, and when you're done, let me know.
You want me to read who's saying what?
Oh, not out loud, just to yourself.
Okay. Okay, I see that, yes.
Okay. So having read that, do you recall that you, Officer Bones, that's JB, and DM is you and KR is Redmond, correct?
Yes.
So the three of you, and then there's another officer unidentified, you're having a conversation about the circumstances of the fire, correct?
Well, right above that, we were talking about, because the Bones said something along the lines of,
Objection.
Yeah, I'm not trying to elicit
Yeah, I'm
what
trying to-
specifically.
Right, can I hear the
people said.
objection?
It's hearsay. He's about to read what Bones said.
Sustained.
Okay, yes, sir, I just wanted to see if this refreshed your memory as to just a more broad conversation about the fire.
it was broader because I'm also a few lines up talking about a TV show or something.
Okay.
So I don't know if that was pertinent to this right here, or if it was something else, because then there also is, where you can see other things are being spoken about right there.
Okay, well, I'm going to direct your attention to what Officer Bones says here. Just read this one line.
Okay?
Okay? He's talking about the house, correct?
Judge, I'm going to object to the hearsay.
Sustained.
The subject of the conversation is the house fire. Is that fair to say?
Well, I'm not sure.
It's still
It says
hearsay,
house-
sustained. You're asking him what it says on there. It's sustained.
What is the topic of the conversation that you're having with the other officers?
Objection, Judge.
Still sustained.
In referencing the fire, you say, I think it's messy.
Again, I don't know if I was speaking about the fire or if I was talking about a TV show that I was talking about 4 lines above this. I'm not sure if I was referring to that or if I was speaking to one of these other officers or if I was speaking directly to Bones. I do
Okay,
not
so
recall
you're
at that
saying
point.
you're unsure because a few lines above, you're mentioning a TV show, and then 2 lines later, Officer Bones mentioned something else, and you're not sure. I didn't say what the something else was.
We just talk to me. We don't comment to each other. I have made it clear that anything that Officer Bones may be talking about and or the topic and or insinuating the topic is hearsay. So therefore, I'm going to sustain the objection.
Okay. Sir, when you said it's messy, you're not sure today what you meant then, correct?
Correct.
Okay. But you did know, and you do agree that at this point in time, and when I say at this point in time, I mean while you're on scene, right? You had made several comments about the suspicious nature of the fire, correct?
Yes.
And we went through them before. We don't need to go through them again.
Correct.
But you did make several remarks to other officers about how it was suspicious, right?
Correct.
And what that means is that it was suspected that the fire was intentionally lit, right?
Yes, that is
And
one
that's why the crime.
possibility.
Oops, sorry.
Yes, that is one of the possibilities. That's why we put the scene up and we made sure we kept it secure.
Which was at approximately 5:30 a.m., right?
Yes.
I don't have any other questions. Thank you.
Redirect. All right, you can step down, sir.
Thank you.
State can call the next witness.
I'll give you your transcript back. Thank you, Robert.
Thank you. Have a good day.
You too.
Sir, just watch your step as you're going up to the witness stand. Once you get up there, if you can put your left hand on the Bible, raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
All right, once you're comfortable and seated, can you state your full name for the record and spell your last name, please?
Yes, it's Kevin, and the last name Redmond, R-E-D-M-O-N-D.
All right, thank you. Prosecutor?
Thank you, Judge. Good afternoon, officer.
How you doing today?
Are you currently employed?
I'm retired.
Okay, when did you retire?
Retired November of this year.
And where did you retire from?
Ocean Township Police Department.
What did you do there?
Police officer,
What was your title?
just patrolman,
Now, how long had you been a police officer for in total?
21 years.
Can you take us through the trajectory of your law enforcement career?
Sure, I was hired in '03 at Fort Monmouth Fort Monmouth Police Department. I went to Federal Law Enforcement Training Center, and then I was hired in 2005 at Ocean Township.
Okay. And did you have to go to the police academy?
Yes, for Monmouth County Police Academy for Ocean Township.
Okay. I want to draw your attention back to Tuesday, November 20th of 2018. Do you recall that date?
Yes.
Okay. Were you working?
Yes, I was.
What shift were you working?
7 p. to 7 a.m.
How were you dressed?
Patrol uniform.
And what were you driving?
Mark patrol.
Right. I want to draw your attention to about 5:02 a.m. on that morning. What, if anything, happened at that time?
I was dispatched for a smoke condition in the basement.
In the basement of where?
The residence at 27 Tilton Drive.
So you were dispatched to 27 Tilton Drive?
Correct.
Is that in Ocean Township?
Yes, it is.
Okay. If you know, how did that call first come in?
I came into county, I believe at 4:59, and then dispatched at 5:02 to patrols.
So what time did you arrive at 27 Tilton Drive?
Probably minutes later.
When you arrived, was there anybody else on scene?
Yes, the homeowners.
Okay. When you say the homeowners, who was that?
That was it was Paul, Suzanne, their two daughters, Caitlin and Marissa.
Okay. And did you learn their last name at some point?
Caneiro, yes.
Okay. So when you arrived, you indicated that the homeowners were on scene. Was anybody else on scene?
Yes.
Who was that?
The firefighter Chris Sorrentino had arrived just moments before me.
When you say moments before you, when he arrived, do you recall where he was?
Yes, he pulled up, I believe, right in front of me from
Okay.
to the residence at 27.
Got it. Where did you park?
I parked towards the south on Tilton Drive, just past the residence.
Okay, so if you're facing the house, south would be which way?
If I was facing the house, I was to the right.
Okay. And where did firefighter Sorrentino park?
He pulled in towards the front of the residence, facing south.
Do you remember which side of the street he parked on?
I believe he was on the left side.
What kind of vehicle was he driving?
I'm not sure at that time.
And do you recall how he was dressed?
Plain clothes. Came from his residence.
What was the first thing that you did when you arrived on scene?
I spoke to the homeowners to make sure everyone was out of the residence.
And was there any response?
They said yes.
Okay. And the homeowners specifically, I know you said they were across the street, but specifically where were they?
Directly across the street from 27 Tilton.
Were they
They were facing south.
in a car, outside of a car, or something else?
They were in a car.
Okay. And when you say you spoke to them, what did you say to them?
I just asked if everyone was out of the residence, and they said yes.
Were you able to see specifically who was in the car at that point?
No, I did not.
When you first spoke to the homeowners on scene when they were across the street in the car, was Patrolman Marino on scene at that point?
No, he was not.
When did he arrive?
He arrived a short time later, probably within minutes of me.
Now, did the homeowners stay where they were when you first saw them, or did they move at some point?
They moved further south. They were on Tilton Drive. They were facing their residence, but south of their residence.
Okay. And do you know, why they moved?
Just to have probably more room for the firefighters to set up their trucks.
Were they asked to move
Yes, they were.
by one of the officers?
By Marino, yes.
What were your initial observations when you first arrived on scene?
That there was smoke and fire coming from the southeast corner of the residence.
Okay, and you say the southeast corner, where would that?
That would be, if you're looking at the house, it would be the far right.
What, if any, further observations did you make of that area?
That just that there was a lot of smoke and fire. From there, I walked up toward the southeast corner where firefighter Chris Sorrentino was. He was trying to extinguish the fire with, there were water extinguishers, not the chemical kind.
Do you recall what the fire looked like at that point, or how high or low it was?
It was rolling from the basement all the way up to the soffit, to the roof.
When you were making these observations that morning, Were you wearing a body-worn camera?
Yes, it was.
Okay, was it activated?
It was not.
Okay, why not?
I forgot to activate it just due to the actions and what was going on.
Did you later activate it at any
Yes, I
point on
did.
scene? Do you remember, like, about how long?
I don't recall.
Okay. Now, while you were making these observations, and just correct me if I'm wrong, did you indicate you were over near the fire?
Yes, it was.
Okay. Were any other officers standing near you?
Charles Wilkowski was
Okay.
standing next to me.
Do you know if he was wearing a body-worn camera?
Yes, he was.
Do you know if it was activated?
Exactly.
Okay. Did you have the opportunity to watch his body-worn camera prior to today?
Yes.
And what you watched on there, did that capture the observations that you initially made when you were standing next to him over by where the fire was?
Yes, it did.
And when you reviewed it, was it a fair and accurate depiction of that? Yes,
It was.
Okay. I'm showing council S76. Sir, I'm showing you what's been marked as S76.
Yes.
I'm going to ask you if you recognize that.
Yes, it's the body-worn camera
Of who?
of Charles Wilkowski.
Judge, the state would seek permission to publish, this is specifically 76A, it would be clip 1, 12 seconds to 27 seconds.
The objection?
No. Can you pause it? Okay, who was that?
That's myself.
That's you, okay.
Yes.
And just tell us what side of the house you're on.
This is the southeast corner of the residence, if you were looking at the house.
Thank you. For the record, it's timestamp 3 seconds. Okay, thank you. Who is that?
That's Chris Sorrentino, firefighter.
Thank you. Now, are there other portions of Officer Wienkowski's body-worn camera that you watched?
Yes.
And did those portions capture yourself and observations that you made while you were standing near him that morning?
Yes, it did.
And did you had the opportunity to watch those prior to today?
Yes, I have.
Right, so we left off with you standing near the southeast corner of the house.
Right.
What happened after that? Where did you go?
I was looking for a fire hose, so I walked over through the backyard to a fence that led to the garage on the north side of the residence. I found a fire hose, I shouldn't say fire hose, a garden hose, but it had been winterized, and that was towards the back of the residence. It was located off the garage.
Why were you looking for the hose?
That was to help to suppress the fire.
Okay. When you went to look for the hose, so you were just looking at the body-worn camera, can you indicate which way you went?
I would walk around through the backyard of where it was at, of the fire, towards the front of the house.
And I didn't hear you. Did you find a hose or no?
Yes, we did find a hose, yes, but it was winterized already. It had been turned off.
Okay. When you walked back there initially to find the hose, was Officer Wienkowski near you at that point?
It was not, no.
Okay. Where do you go after you walk through the backyard and find the hose that's winterized?
I walked through the gate, which leads to the garage doors, into the driveway that leads out to Tilton Drive.
When you get over to the driveway, what, if any, observations did you make?
I noticed that the garage doors started opening, and I saw there was a small fire inside the garage.
When you're facing the garage, let me ask you, how many doors are there to the garage?
There's 2 doors.
Okay, so 2 bays?
Yes.
Okay. When you first arrived at the garage, what was the condition of those doors?
They were closed.
Okay. When you say, and you indicated a door opened,
Yes,
which
they
one are
opened.
you referring to if
To
you're
the
facing?
left side door. Actually, they end up both opening, but the left side opened first.
Okay. They ended up both opening at that point or earlier? Okay, so that it opened. And what did you observe when that door opened?
There was a small fire within the track of the left side garage bay.
Now, after that, do any officers come over near you?
Yes, Charles Winkowski.
Okay. And when he arrives near you, what, if anything, happens?
I had him, he had a handheld fire extinguisher, and he helped put out the fire that was there.
Were there any other observations that you made of that area after the fire was put out?
Yes, I found a gas can that had the burnt nozzle on it, and there was a white Porsche Macan that was in the driveway that had burn marks on it.
The white Porsche Macan, can you explain where that was located in relation to the garage bay doors?
That was parked in front of the left bay garage door.
Were those observations that you made over there, including the fire that you saw, was that captured on Patrolman Wankowski's body-worn camera?
Yes, it was.
When you watched it, did it fairly and accurately depict those observations?
Yes, it did.
At this time, the state would seek to play 76B. It's going to be timestamp 310 to 345.
Any objection?
No.
Okay.
Where are you located?
I'm located right there in front.
Can you
of
pause
the
it,
garage
please?
bay.
Okay, so just to be clear, were you already standing there at that point that Patrolman Wankowski comes over and walks near you?
Yes.
Okay, thank you, and that was timestamp 9 seconds. Who has the fire extinguisher?
That was Charles Wankowski.
What is the flashlight? What did that just shine on?
That one shined on the Porsche that was there.
Okay, can we just go back a little bit? I'm sorry, I think you might have, I should have asked to pause it. Hi. Pause it? This is timestamp 29 seconds. What are we looking at
That's
here?
the gas can that I found that has the burnt nozzle on it.
Okay, thank you. Should I play all the way through? Okay. After you made your observations that we just observed of the gas can, excuse me, did you notice anything else about that particular area?
That area now I don't.
Okay, did you make any observations about the garage door afterwards?
Just at the garage door they were an automatic, so someone had to push the button for the doors to open. They weren't a manual to lift from the exterior.
Did the doors stay open or?
Yes, they did.
Okay. Who, if anyone, did you notify regarding the observations that we just observed and that you made at the garage
That
area?
was Sergeant Malone. That was my shift supervisor.
Okay. Now, at that point, or shortly thereafter, was anyone else arriving on scene?
Yes, other patrolmen.
Other patrolmen, okay. At some point, do fire personnel and firefighters arrive?
Yes, they do.
Okay, do you remember about how long afterwards?
I don't know, after probably within 5-10 minutes of the call, I would assume.
Now, subsequent to you making those observations, did there come a time when you spoke with the Caneiros, the homeowners?
Yes.
Okay. About how much time passed between the time you made those observations and spoke with the homeowners?
I would say approximately 15 minutes.
Okay. And where were they located when you spoke with them?
They were further down on Tilton Drive, facing north.
Okay. Were any other officers with you when you spoke with them?
Charles Wankowski was with me.
Okay. And what was your purpose in speaking with them?
We were to find out who was in the residence that evening.
Did you speak with them at that point?
Yes, we did.
Can you tell us about that, how that took place?
So we talked, we ended up speaking to them. They were standing outside the vehicle, and then the homeowner came over, and I explained to the homeowners about the fire that I saw, and Paul responded to me when I asked him about the gas can, or where he keeps his gas cans. He stated that he keeps them in the shed that's located on the property.
And was there in fact a shed on the property?
Yes.
Okay, and did you later go over to that shed at some point?
Yes, we did.
Okay, and did you make observations about the shed?
Yes, I looked through the window of the shed, and there was numerous red gas cans there.
Okay. I'm gonna get to that. I just wanna, I wanna ask you first. Were the conversations that you had with Mr. Caneiro captured on Officer Wienkowski's body-worn camera?
Yes, they were.
Okay. And were they fair and accurate?
Yes, they were.
Judge, at this time, the state would seek to pass out transcript S-77 and, I'm sorry, S-77 and play S-76C, which is the body-worn camera clip 15 minutes to 16 minutes and 36 seconds.
Any objection?
No.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, remember what I said before as it relates to transcripts. We give you that as an aid. It's not something that, if you disagree with whatever the transcript says, you're going to rely upon what you hear on the screen. Okay. All right. Thank you. We're going to hand those out now.
Judge, may I approach?
Sure. Thank you.
Right now, I think the transcripts have all been handed out.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Officer, can you just tell us our vantage point at this, what we're looking at?
Okay, so we're looking at the homeowner's vehicle, which is now parked further down the street. If you're looking at the residence, it's further to the right, and it's parked on the same side as the residence, but facing north.
Thank you. That was timestamp 3 seconds.
Hey, how you doing? You all right?
Sorry, Judge, can we have these lights out? It's hard to see, there's a glare on this.
It's in the back, please. This place was dark before.
And one light was on before for some reason, I don't know.
Okay, I guess that can't.
Might be an ADL.
Can you see it, ladies and gentlemen?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Go ahead.
Yourself.
Okay, who are we looking at on the screen?
This is Suzanne that's being spoken to, and Caitlin is to the right, and then Paul is to the left.
Thank you.
You guys are safe. You guys are good. You guys are good health. The house is that's the main thing that you guys are right there.
Outside of where it was at when I got here. That was the first one.
Whose room's on that back side?
The fire alarm started going off first and everything.
Pissed you off here. I hope next time it doesn't work like that. In reality, you're like, thank God it actually does work.
Sergeant Jeff Malone.
And without telling us anything that was said, what, if anything, did you show your sergeant?
I showed him where the gas can was located that was burnt
Okay.
and where the fire was.
You went back over to the garage area?
Correct.
Okay. After you showed him that area, where did you go?
I went from there, I went to the back shed, and I peered through the front window, and then located that there were gas cans, red gas cans with numerous ones inside the shed.
Okay. Do you remember how many gas cans there were in the shed?
I would say at least 5.
Okay. Later on, do you show any other officers the
Yeah,
gas cans?
Detective Christopher Brady.
And what, if any, other observations did you make over by the shed?
That there was 2 blueprints. One was on like a blue paver stone, and another one was on like a ramp that goes to the back door of the shed.
What, if any, efforts were made to preserve the boot prints?
Yeah, there was. We tried to cover them, but it did not work.
What do you mean by that?
They were wet footprints, so as they were covered, they were dried up.
Now, while you were on scene that morning, what, if anything, was collected from the garage area?
There was a DVR that was located on top of the refrigerator that had surveillance footage.
Did you have a role in...
I just assisted with it, of them trying to retrieve it.
Eventually, was the Ocean Township on-call detective called at some point that morning?
Yes, that was Christopher Brady.
Okay, when he arrived, did you speak with him?
Yeah, I informed them of what I found so far, and what was going on.
And again, without telling me anything that anyone said, what did you and he do?
We checked the shed and found that the back door for the shed was unlocked. We opened it up, found where the gas cans were, and there was an empty spot where a gas can used to be.
What, if any, other agencies arrived on scene that morning?
Monmouth County Prosecutor's Office, the Forensics Unit, Monmouth County Prosecutor's Office was advised of it, and Monmouth County Fire, I should say, Marshal responded also.
How long were you on scene for?
So about 7 o'clock, or 7 p.m. I should say, or a.m.
I'm going to show you what has been marked, and I'll show counsel first. Is S1A slide 6. Officer, do you recognize this photo?
Yes.
Okay, and what are we looking at here?
That's the driveway for the residence, 27 Tilton.
Okay. Judge, permission to publish?
Any objection? Okay.
Officer, I just want to be clear. When you indicated earlier that you arrived into that area from around the back, like, can you just show us how you came over there after you looked for the garden hose?
Yes, right through the, there's a gate that's in between the hedges and the corner of the residence, behind the Porsches.
So you did you go all the way around the back of the house? And then
Yes, I did. I walked through the backyard.
Okay, and where were you when you saw that garage door open up?
I was standing pretty much at the corner of the residence.
And where was Mr. Caneiro located at that point?
He was, at that time, he either was across the street or he had already been moved south of there.
Okay, so you're not sure where the car was
So
located?
I don't know, yes.
Okay. That morning, did you make any observations about any fixtures on the house?
Yes, there were security cameras.
Do you see them in this picture?
Yes. They're in the front right corner of the residence.
Is that the only one you observed, or were there others?
There were others around the residence.
Do you recall where around the residence?
I do not know. I know they were around the front when we were originally looking at it.
Okay. Can you, the camera that you see, can you just put a circle around it?
Sure. There's also back left one.
Okay. Can we please preserve this with the
be S1A, slide 6.1.
Thank you. Could take that down once I print it. And then if you could just, I don't know if you know how to erase that on the screen.
I do not.
Thank you. I have no
Sure.
further questions.
Ross?
Hi, officer. Sorry. Good afternoon. You mentioned that you were retired.
Yes.
At the time that this happened in 2018, how long had you been a police officer?
At the time, I was hired in 2005 at Ocean Township, so
13 years?
13 years roughly.
And you didn't work as a police officer prior to that anywhere else?
I did, yeah, at Fort Monmouth. I was there for 18 months,
A year and a half?
about a year and a half.
Okay,
yes.
so we're approaching 15 years or so by the time
Correct.
this happened. And I want to get a better understanding of like what exactly you did when you arrived on scene. So you testified that you what time did you receive the call to respond to the scene the same time all of the other officers received the call?
Yes,
And that was at like 5:02?
correct, yes.
And that was through dispatch, right?
Yes, it was dispatch.
And you were the first patrol officer on scene.
Correct, yes.
Right? And you arrived like literally moments after Chris Sorrentino?
I would say so, yeah, about that.
Okay, very close in time.
Correct,
And you were in a patrol car?
yes.
Now, once you saw these items, you told your sergeant on scene, right?
Yes,
Was that like the next step?
yes,
Okay. And just to be clear, the sergeant is like your supervisor?
Yes, it
He
is.
ranks higher than you, so to speak?
yes, it is.
Okay, so that's why you're reporting it to him?
Correct.
Because he's your supervisor. So you reported to Sergeant, is it Sergeant Malone?
Yes,
And then at some point, you show it to him?
Yes.
Is that right?
correct.
Okay. And when you show Sergeant Malone the items, you're showing it to him, why? Like, why is it important?
Because there shouldn't be a gas can located there.
It's suspicious.
It's suspicious,
That's
correct.
fair to say, right?
Yes.
So within the first 10 minutes or so, maybe 5 minutes or so that you're there, and this happened pretty quickly, right?
Correct.
Within the first, like, can we say first 5 minutes? Is that fair? Or am
Yeah,
I
that's probably correct.
Within the first 5 minutes that you're there, you see this gas can right on the ground, you see the fire, you see the burn marks in the car, and it is suspicious.
Correct.
Now, at some point, relatively soon thereafter, Sergeant Malone directs a crime scene to be set up.
Yes.
Is that right?
That's correct, yes.
Okay. And what that means is, one of the things that Sergeant Malone does is he decides to set up crime scene tape, or have one of the officers set up crime scene tape.
Yes.
And that blocks off the area of where the gas can in the garage was, right?
That is correct, yes.
Okay. And the purpose of that is to make sure that the area is not disturbed.
Yes, correct.
And that's because there's potentially now evidence there.
Yes.
And in addition to the crime scene tape, was there like officers establishing a presence
Yes,
in that area?
there was.
And that just means, and tell me if I'm wrong, that there's multiple officers in the area of where it's taped off to kind of serve as like a second barrier to anyone potentially coming in and disturbing the scene.
Correct.
Okay. Just to protect the scene, basically.
Yes.
And okay, so would you agree with me, or tell me if it's different, that the crime scene tape it started to happen at approximately 5:30 in the morning?
I would say yes, that was probably around time.
Around that time. And is it fair to say that the reason that there's a little bit of a time gap, like because we said you found these suspicious items within 5 minutes, you wanted to inform your sergeant, and then about another maybe 20 minutes later or so, it becomes a crime scene. Is the reason that there's a little bit of a gap is because for a little bit, Sergeant Malone was more concerned about the big fire?
That is correct.
Okay. And In addition to, you testified about this on direct, in addition to the suspicious items that you found right in front of the garage area, you also found wet boot prints in the back shed area.
Correct.
Okay, so I want to talk about those if we can. I'm going to show the state some photos. No touching. Judge, may I approach with, I have some photographs that have been marked as, and I apologize, the numbers are not all consecutive. It's D1-40, D1-41, D1-80, D1-79, D1-20, D1-19, D1-21 rather, and D1-18, D1-17, and D1-16. May I approach?
Yes, you do.
All of the exhibit numbers, I'm just going to go through these with you. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to show you D140. Is this a photograph of the shed?
That is not.
This is not. Is this? This is not the back of the shed?
I'm sorry, this is the back of the shed. I'm sorry. I thought this was showing me the front. No, this is the back.
Okay, this is the...
Because there's a window in the front.
Right.
Right, that's why, yes.
That's okay.
That's the
Because
rear.
this is Mr. Caneiro's house here, right?
Correct, yes.
And this is the gate, and then this is the shed?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm just going to orient you. So we agree this is the back of the shed?
Yes, it is.
And we can see the back of the shed has stones?
Yes.
Now this would be the front of the shed with, this is another photograph of the back of the shed, right?
Yes.
Can you tell us what you're looking at, sir?
Sorry, this is D141, and then D116 is kind of just a closer, it's a more zoomed in version of that?
Yes.
Of the shed, of the
Yes,
back
it
of the
is.
shed? Okay, now, the there's two boot prints that you saw.
Correct.
Right, and one was on one of these pavers?
Yes, the one that has the white bucket on it.
That
most
was
likely
put on
where-
top.
Correct, to
Okay.
try to preserve it.
And before it was put on top,
What slide was that you're looking at, sir? The one that you're talking about, the pavers?
this is D1-16. I'm going to publish them momentarily. I just wanted to make sure we're on the same page. And then D121, is this a photograph of that stone before the bucket was placed on it, like someone,
Yes.
or after,
It was
rather,
After when it was removed, yes.
And the reason I'm correcting myself and saying after is because this is daylight.
Correct.
And at the time that you found the boot print, it was dark
was
out.
dark,
It was
correct.
very early. There was a second boot print, and it was it on the wood? Is this the
Yes.
second boot print?
Correct.
Is this a zoom in of that?
Yes,
Okay. So one was preserved, but one was not.
correct.
So I'm going to publish. I'm just going to publish D116. Okay, so I'm now publishing D1-16, and officer, you agreed that this was a photograph of the back of the shed,
That's correct.
right? And we can see the gate on the left-hand side,
Yes, it's part of the gate, yes.
and then like there's more gate on the right-hand side.
That is correct.
Okay, and what was under this paver stone was a wet boot print that you observed.
That's correct, yes.
Okay. In an effort to try and preserve the boot print, this white container was placed on top of it.
Yes,
And do you know who placed the white container on it?
I did.
You did. Where did you find the white container
I
from?
believe it was on the side of the back of the shed there.
Okay, so the container actually belonged to the property owner, to
Yes.
Mr. Caneiro?
Caneiro,
Okay,
yes.
and you took it to try to preserve the boot print. And then I'm going to publish D121, which this is the daytime photograph of once the bucket was lifted, this is what was left of there's no boot print left on the stone.
Correct.
Right? And we can kind of tell that like the other ones are a little bit wet. This one's dry because I had the bucket on it, but the boot print's gone.
Yes.
And the other boot print was this one on the in front of the shed somewhere.
Yes, it is. Yeah, it's
On
on
the
like the
wood.
wooden ramp.
Yeah,
It's in the back of the shed.
and this one was like a smaller boot print. Like this one's small.
Yes,
Okay, because this one was measured, right?
I'm assuming so.
Well, only if you know.
No, I don't
You
know.
don't-
I didn't process it,
Okay.
so I don't know.
So you're not sure?
I'm not
Okay,
sure.
that's fine. But, so you never measured this boot print,
I did not know.
and you never measured the boot print that was wet on the stone?
No.
Okay.
Pass along, can you just tell us what that last picture was,
I'm
please?
sorry, this last one was D1-79. Okay. And just so we're, the rest of these photos that I showed you, they were just like different zoom in, zoom out versions of the ones we showed, right?
Yes.
Nothing different in these.
No.
Okay. So now is it fair to say, so the combination of like what you saw by the garage and the boot prints, these are things that are suspicious.
Correct, yes.
And then you have a conversation with Mr. Caneiro. This is your second conversation with him if you include the very short initial one where you were just like, is everyone out? Are you okay?
Yes,
Right?
that's correct.
And so I'm going to turn to that. All right. So we saw the video of you having the conversation with Mr. Caneiro.
Yes.
Right? And the way the conversation starts is you ask them how they're doing, right?
Correct.
You ask them who lives in the residence. Is that right?
Yes.
They indicate to you it's the four of them,
Yes,
plus their two dogs.
yes,
And those are the only people who were in the house, is what they indicate to you,
that is correct.
right? There's no other people that were in the house at the time.
No,
And you informed them that there was a fire over by the garage door.
correct.
And you explain it's like a tiny fire by the garage door.
Very, yes.
And you also say it's like the opposite side of where I was at when I got here. I was the first one around back. Do you remember saying that?
I must have said it. If it's in there, yeah.
Do you want to see a copy of the transcript of the video we saw? Or I could play the video. It's up to you.
Yeah, I would have to look at it again.
Okay. I'm going to... Oh, do you have the transcript? Officer, I'm just going to approach you. It's been marked as S77. This is a transcript of the short, body-worn camera clip we saw from Officer Wenkowski. You see it has his name on it as the body-worn camera owner.
Correct.
There's a legend on here where CW is Wenkowski, KR is Patrolman Redman.
Yes.
And then there's KC for, and SC and PC for the Canaros.
Correct.
Okay, so I'm just going to direct your attention to this line here. And again, the video was played. You indicate, you're talking about the fire by the garage door, tiny fire. It's like on the opposite side of where it was at when I got here. I was the first one around back.
Yes.
Okay. And that's because you were, as far as you know, the first one around
First
back.
one, yeah, I thought that was the first one there, yeah.
Okay. And that's why you saw the fire first.
Correct.
So at that point, you're making some small talk. Is that fair?
Yes.
And then Mr. Paul Caneiro explains to you that he pulled the car out,
Yes.
right? And Susan, his wife, says the same thing. He pulled the car out. I think. Wait. Yes, she says the same thing. He pulled the car out,
Correct.
right?
Yes.
So both Paul and Susan say they pulled the car out. Did you understand that to mean the garage or something else?
Either, I honestly, I don't know. I don't know if it meant that he pulled it out of the driveway or the garage. I'm not sure.
Okay. Can we just put up S? Oh yeah, right. Okay. Would you agree with me, sir, that these two cars here are blocking this garage door?
No.
If for a car to fit out of it?
You can get a car to fit out of that. Yes. There's plenty of room.
You're saying with this car here, you could pull a car out of
No,
it?
not the one that's open, but the one that's closed, you can definitely get a car.
Right, yeah, I'm
Yes,
sorry.
I'm
Let
sorry.
me be more clear.
I'm sorry.
Would you agree that these two cars here are blocking
Blocking.
the left garage
Yes,
bay?
yes it is.
Right, but the right garage bay there's plenty of room to pull a car out of that one.
Correct, yes.
Okay, so if Mr. Caneiro had pulled a car out of the garage, we would be referencing the right side.
Yes.
And the left side is where the fire was,
That is
correct?
correct, yes.
The corner, you can't see it in that photo because the car's blocking it.
Yes.
next thing is you ask, where was the gas can?
Yes.
Okay. And when you say the gas can, you don't explain which gas can you're talking about, right?
No, I did not.
You're just saying the gas can?
Correct.
Okay. But in your mind, were you referencing the one you found?
Yes.
Okay. And so Mr. Caneiro's response is the gas can in my shed, right?
Correct.
And you say in your shed it is, and he says, yeah, I keep my gas cans in my shed. Okay?
Yes.
Is that right?
Correct.
So you never say to Mr. Caneiro, hey, we found a gas can right in front of your home. Do you have any idea why that's there?
No.
Okay. And you don't bring Mr. Caneiro to the area to show him, do you?
No, I did not.
Okay. So you were just asking about a gas can, and then you learned as a result that Mr. Caneiro typically keeps the gas cans in the shed.
That's correct.
You did not ascertain whether that specific gas can was or was not his.
That is correct.
And after that, you go to the shed.
Yes.
Is that right?
Correct.
And backing up, actually, when you asked him about the gas can, the purpose of asking him that was to see if the gas can was his or someone else had planted it there.
It was to find out if it was his or someone else planted it. Yeah, that's pretty much what it was.
Okay, so you were wondering if he had left the gas can there or if someone else had planted
That
it
planted it, correct.
And, but he wouldn't, Mr. Caneiro, do you agree with me that Mr. Caneiro wouldn't be able to assist you with informing you whether it's his gas can or not if you never asked him, is this your gas can?
That's correct.
Okay. But when you did ask him, he had no idea what you were talking about, and he said, my gas cans are in the shed.
That is correct, yes.
Objection.
What's the objection now? It's a little late.
I can rephrase it, Judge.
No, you don't have to rephrase it. If they're late and he answers it, so be it. That's the answer.
Clearly, from the conversation, he didn't know which gas can you were referencing.
No.
It's not identified.
No.
So, you then go to the shed.
Yes.
And when you go to the shed at first, you just peer in through the windows on the front of the shed.
Yes.
And you do see that there are gas cans in there.
Yes.
And eventually, you go back to the shed a second time, right?
That is correct.
And this time you're with Detective Brady?
Yes.
So Detective Brady had arrived on scene.
Yes, he did.
And just to orient ourselves timeline-wise, you were on scene from approximately 5 a.m. to approximately 7 a.m.?
Yes.
So 2 hours total.
Yes.
And that's because your shift ended at 7?
Yes.
And so this would mean then that Detective Brady had gotten there before 7 a.m.
Yes.
Now, Detective Brady is obviously a detective with your police department.
Yes.
And you're a patrol officer.
Correct.
So detectives are called out to the scene when there's, let's just say, more investigation. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. So Detective Brady responds within a 2-hour time period. And the two of you go to the shed, correct?
Yes.
At this point in time, the two of you check to see if the shed is locked or not, and it's unlocked.
Yes, the rear doors. Unlocked.
So you go back around. So did you check the front door
I believe
first?
we checked the front and it was locked.
And then you went around to the back.
Yes.
Also, again, just to orient ourselves, we now know that there's a door in the front of the shed and a door in the back of the shed.
Yes.
And on one side, and if you need a photo to refresh your recollection, just let me know. But on the front side of the shed, right, it's facing into the backyard.
Yes.
And the back side of the shed is like on the other side of the gate.
Correct.
So in other words, if you wanted to get, because the gate goes all around the yard.
Yes.
And if you wanted to get from inside of the gate to outside of the gate, one option is to walk through the gate, right?
Yes.
And we saw in that photo earlier that there's on both sides of the house, one being where the fire is and the other being closer to the garage, there's like a gate door.
Correct.
So you could use that gate door to go in and out.
Yes.
But also, because the shed has two doors, potentially you could go in through one door and out the other and vice versa.
Yes.
Okay. Now, the back door was unlocked.
Correct.
Okay. So then you and Detective Brady go into Mr. Caneiro's shed.
Yes.
And you start looking to see if there's gas cans in there.
Yes.
And do you recall that there were sort of two sets of gas cans?
Yes.
Like there were two, tell me if I'm wrong, two by the back door?
There should have been, they were pretty much lined up.
There were
Yes,
three
yes.
lined up.
Correct.
Let me see if I can get it.
I don't know if you have a picture.
I think I do. If I just have a moment.
And looking at the jurors, I think it's a good time for a break. I'm going to give you guys your mid-afternoon break. Please don't discuss this case or do any research. Are we done with the transcripts? 15. could be seated. Thank you. Continue the cross.
Officer, I'm going to first approach you with, I've shown these photographs to the state. I'm going to first approach with D1-30. Now, do we recognize this photo to be the front of the shed?
Yes.
Okay. And there's no wood in front of the shed, right?
No, there's not.
So both boot prints were in the back?
Correct.
Okay. And we can see in this photograph the gate on both sides, right?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm going to publish this one so the jury can see. So, sir, you just indicated that this is the back of the shed.
That's the front of the shed.
I'm sorry, correct. This is
Correct.
the front of the shed.
Yes.
And there's the front door and the windows.
Correct.
And this is what you had originally looked through.
Yes.
And by comparison, I'm just going to briefly show what's already been published as D-1-16. This was the back of the shed.
Correct.
And we can see the gate on both sides, right?
Yes.
And similarly, when we look at the front of the shed, we can see the gate on both sides.
Correct.
It's a little darker here, but you can see it, right?
Yes.
And so again, like you could go in, you could get in and out of the backyard through, there's like a gate entrance on this side, I think? Or is it? No, maybe it's this side, right?
I believe so.
Okay. And, or you could go from the front to the back door.
Correct.
Sir, do you actually remember where the gate is, or are you just guessing?
I'm assuming.
Don't assume, sir.
Okay.
Only testify to what you know, please.
Sir, I'll show you this photograph again. This is D-1-16, and this is the Caneiro home, right? This is where the garage area is?
Correct.
Because this is the back of the shed,
Yes.
right? And you had previously indicated you went through this gate when you were coming around the backyard into the, or was that a different gate, actually?
It was a different
That was
gate.
a different gate, okay. Do you recall that there's a door here?
No, not on the right side. It should be
Okay, that's fine.
on the left.
So, the front of the shed, and let me just ask you this, we talked about boot prints. Do you recall anything about a handprint on any doors?
No.
Okay. But you did go into the shed and you saw some gas cans.
Correct.
So I'm going to approach with what's been marked as D1-15, D-1-29, 1-28, 1-27, and 1-26. The state has no objection to these photos.
That's correct, Judge. There are photos.
Okay, sir, I'm going to first show you D1-15. Are these two gas cans that you recognize from inside of the shed?
I don't recall.
Let me show you this one first. This is D-128. Do you recall those photos?
Yes, I
So
do.
those are the ones we were referencing earlier.
Yes.
Right? Now, do you see, like, here, these are, like, stacked chairs?
Correct.
Here's a better photo.
Yes.
You agree? And that's D-120, that's D1-27. Here's another photo where you can see it even better, D1-26, right?
Correct.
Now, here in this photo, this is 1-15. You can see the other side of those chairs?
Yes.
And there's two more gas cans.
Correct.
Okay, so in total, did you observe these 5 gas cans at the time?
Yes.
Because you were inside of the shed,
Yes,
right? Do you
yes.
think you would have missed these, or you think you would have saw them at the time?
I don't recall.
You don't know.
No.
Okay, but you definitely saw these 3.
Correct, yes.
Okay, let's start with these 3. So I will publish D1-27, and just so we're clear, I showed you a few different photos of pretty much the same thing.
Correct.
Just like slightly different angles?
Different angles, yes.
Okay, so D1-27 is, these are the 3 gas cans that you today recall seeing in the shed at the time.
Correct.
Right? And these are the ones that you had, you testified about these earlier, right?
Yes.
That you noticed there's like these 3 gas cans, and then it looks like there's a space here,
Correct.
right? Okay. And did you ever measure this space?
No, I did not.
I'm just going to show D1-28, which is just a more zoomed in photo. You can see the gas cans, right?
Correct.
Okay. Now these are larger gas cans.
Yes, they are.
Fair to say? When I say larger, I mean relative to the smaller gas can that you saw on the front lawn.
Correct.
Or I should say by the garage area.
Yeah, I understand.
Okay. These two. These are in. Now, because the size difference of the gas cans at the time was something, and when I say size difference, I mean the 3 larger gas cans compared to the 1 smaller one. That's something that you noticed at the time, right?
Yes, they're sizes, yes.
And you even said, I don't know if that's even his. You said that to another officer when you were discussing these gas cans.
Correct.
And you were referencing the size difference.
Correct.
Like one did not look like the others type
Yes.
thing. Okay. And again, there's really no question at this point, right? Like by the time you leave, let's say at 7 a.m., there's no question that this is suspicious, right?
Correct.
That this could be an intentional fire.
Yes.
This could be arson.
Yes.
And this is something that officers, including yourself, this was a topic of discussion.
Yes, it was.
While everyone was on the scene trying to investigate and deal with the fire and figure out what was happening.
Yes, it was.
Okay. And there's some comments that you made that are indicative of how this is suspicious. One of those comments was, someone doused the area purposely. That's a comment you made to Officer Wenkowski, correct?
Correct.
Another comment was said to Officer Bones and Fire Marshal Flanagan. You said they doused the car with it, meaning gas.
Yes, correct.
Another comment is, someone tried to douse the car, and that was made to Officer Marino.
Yes, probably.
Okay. Another comment was, they put gasoline all over the car, and that was said to Officer Bones and Officer Malone, correct?
Correct.
You said to a firefighter, it's possibly arson. Do you recall that? Okay. And when you were speaking to another officer, specifically Wenkowski, about the second fire, because it was suspicious that there was 2 different fires in 2 totally different areas, you said that right there shows that it looks like someone started it, right?
Correct.
Okay. And at that point, if it was intentionally set, if it wasn't arson, another thing you said was, but who was his enemies? Do you recall saying that?
I don't recall, but I might have.
Okay. Do you want me to show you a transcript to refresh your recollection?
Sure.
Okay. We're almost done here. I'm going to approach what's been marked with D105 just to refresh your recollection. So this is DU-105. This is a body-worn camera transcript of Sergeant Malone. Okay. And there's a legend here, so you can see that Patrolman Redmond, that's you?
Yes.
You're KR.
Correct.
Okay. So I'm going to direct your attention to page 16. And then you can you maybe read that page. You could go a little bit before, a little bit after for context if you need it. And at the bottom of the page is the part I'm referencing.
I see what you're referencing.
Okay, so in the context of this might be an arson, someone might have lit Mr. Caneiro's house on fire, you pose the question, but who is his enemies, right? Meaning, is there anyone who'd want to cause harm to Mr.
Answered.
I'm sorry. If she talks, I have to respond if you don't mind. It was asked and answered, but I'll allow him to answer it again. Go ahead, just to be clear. Do you remember the question?
No, I don't.
In the context of discussing arson, you posed the question. In the context of discussing potential arson against Mr. Caneiro at his home, you posed the question, but who was his enemies? Meaning, like, who would want to cause harm to Mr. Caneiro? It's just an open-ended question.
Question, correct.
That you asked, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you were talking to some other officers at the time?
Yeah, I was, yes.
Including Officer Bones. That's the JB.
Yes.
And looks like a firefighter.
Yes.
Okay, we don't know who that is.
I don't know who that is,
Right.
no.
Okay. One last question. Well, one last topic, I should say. At some point, so we talked about, you only had 2 conversations with Mr. Caneiro, correct?
That's correct.
The first one was very brief. It was just, is everyone out of the house?
Yes.
Am I characterizing that correctly?
Correct.
The second one was a little bit more in depth. It was mainly, I guess, about the gas can.
Yes.
That was the purpose of the conversation?
Yes.
Okay. And did you never had a conversation with Mr. Caneiro about any injury on his hand, did you?
No.
Okay. But at some point, you do tell Fire Marshal Flanagan that Mr. Caneiro has a burn mark on his hand. Do you recall that?
I don't recall that.
Okay, I'm just going to show you one more thing to refresh your recollection. And I apologize, I just need one moment. just going to approach you with what's been marked as D103. This is another transcript of one of the body-worn cameras. It doesn't actually say it, but I believe this is Officer Marino because we can identify it by the number.
Okay.
This one also has a legend, right?
Yes, it does.
And on the legend, you're, again, KR. Okay. So I'm just going to direct your attention to page 28 of 36. One second. This is not the same. Do you have the transcript of 7? So, I got it. I'm going to direct your, this is the same exhibit. I'm going to direct your attention to page 28, and if you want to look at the legend again, FMF is Fire Marshal Flanagan. Okay? And so this is a conversation, if you want to read it to yourself, I'm going to direct your attention to like this area here, and specifically this line. Okay, so during the course of a conversation with Fire Marshal Flanagan, you tell Fire Marshal Flanagan that Mr. Caneiro has a burn mark on his hand.
Correct.
But you had no firsthand knowledge of that, correct?
I don't remember.
Like, well, you never saw Mr. Caneiro's hand or talked to him about it?
No, I knew he had an ice pack on it, and I was talking to other officers, but I don't remember what.
So at some point, maybe someone told you that, but you were relaying it to Fire Marshal Flanagan, but you testified before you never discussed Mr. Caneiro's hand injury with him, right?
That's correct.
Okay. And just to be clear, when you're talking about Mr. Caneiro, you referenced him as the father, right?
Correct, yes.
And that's because in the family of the Caneiros, Paul Caneiro is the father.
The father, yes.
Right? Okay. I don't have anything else. Thank you.
Go ahead.
Sir,
Correct.
sir, you were asked on cross-examination the question, Mr. Caneiro would not know which gas can you were referring to if you didn't tell him. Do you recall that?
Yes,
And I think you said yes?
correct.
Okay. Well, if Mr. Caneiro was in fact the person who left the gas can there, then wouldn't he know which gas can you were referring to?
Yes.
I have nothing further.
So, if Mr. Caneiro lit the fire, he would know which gas can you were referring to. That's what the prosecutor just said, and you said yes, right?
Yes.
But Mr. Caneiro didn't know which gas can you were referring to because he said, the gas cans, they're in my shed, correct?
Objection, speculation.
They opened that door, Judge.
Can I see both?
during your discussion with him, we already know, because we talked about it, Mr. Caneiro did not know which gas can you were referencing. When you mentioned the gas can, he said, they're in my shed, correct?
Correct.
Anything else?
No, Judge.
You can step down, sir. State and call the next witness.
Thank you, Judge. The state calls Officer Brendan Bernhardt.
Sir, just watch your step for me. Once you get up there, can you put your left hand on the Bible, raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
All right, once you get comfortable, can you state your full name for the record and spell your last name, please?
Officer Brendan Bernhardt, B-E-R-N-H-A-R-D.
Okay. Prosecutor?
Thank you, Judge. Good afternoon, officer. Where are you employed?
With the Ocean Township Police Department,
How long have you been with Ocean Township Police Department?
11 years,
And how long have you been a police officer for in total?
since 2012.
Were you with Ocean at that time?
I was not. I previously worked for, as a special officer with the Long Branch Police Department, and then with the Monmouth University Police Department.
And prior to that, did you have to go to the police academy?
I did.
And how long was that for?
4.5 months,
Which one did you go to?
the Monmouth County Police Academy.
I want to draw your attention back to November 20th of 2018. Do you recall that date?
I do.
Were you working?
I was.
What shift were you working?
Working the midnight shift, 7 p.m. to 7 a.m.
Okay. And at approximately 5:02 a.m., what, if anything, happened?
I was dispatched to 27 Tilton Drive for a possible structure fire.
Do you recall what time you arrived?
Just a few minutes later.
When you arrived, who else was already on scene?
Other patrol officers, Patrolman Redmond was there, Patrolman Marino, Patrolman Bones, Sergeant Malone. There were also firefighters and fire personnel arriving.
Now, when you arrived on scene, what was your primary role?
I was assigned to just make sure that neighbors and onlookers stayed a safe distance away from the fire and just stay out of the way of firefighters that were doing their job.
So when you got there, can you describe what the scene looked like?
Firefighters were starting to arrive. I parked a little bit away from the house, I believe, and there was a lot of people standing outside, seeing, just curious about what was going on.
Now, who was the individual that you indicated that your role was to make sure onlookers were at a safe distance?
Sergeant Malone. He was the officer in command at the time.
Okay, and did he assign that role to you?
He did.
Okay. Was there anything in particular that Sergeant Malone requested you to do while you were on scene?
There was.
What was that?
There were several surveillance cameras that were mounted on the residence of 27 Tilton Drive. He asked that I asked the homeowner, Mr. Caneiro, where the DVR footage for the surveillance camera were.
Do you recall how he made that request to you?
It was over our radio.
Okay, and so once you received that request, what, if anything, did you do?
I walked over to Mr. Caneiro and I asked him where the DVR for his surveillance footage was.
When you approached Mr. Caneiro, where was he?
His car was parked a little bit down the street south of where his house was. It was facing north, and him and who I believed to be his daughter were both standing outside in the area of his car.
And can you tell us specifically what, if anything, you said to him?
I believe I said where I asked if I confirmed he was the homeowner, and then I asked where the DVR was for his surveillance footage.
And what was his response?
He said, and then he looked away towards his daughter, and then his daughter answered on his behalf and said, in the garage.
Okay, and what, if anything, did you ask him after that?
I asked where specifically in the garage.
And what was his response?
He said, again, and then looked away, and his daughter answered again and said, up top and to the left.
And what else did you ask him?
I asked if the cameras were currently running.
And what was his response?
He said that he's been having problems with stuff in the garage and that he currently has a ticket open with one of the companies.
Now, who, if anyone, did you relay that information to?
Sergeant Malone over my radio.
When things are relayed over your radio to, for example, to Sergeant Malone, can other officers hear that?
Yes.
Okay. How does that work? Just if they're wearing, if they have a radio, can they hear
Yeah,
it?
every officer has a radio on their belt. Most officers have a lapel mic like this, and this you could talk into and also hear other officers talking.
Did you speak to Mr. Caneiro at any point again that morning?
I did.
When was that?
Just a few minutes later, I believe.
Can you tell us about that?
Patrolman Marino asked me over the radio if the DVR for the surveillance cameras was specifically a white DVR box.
And as a result of that, what did you do?
I walked back over to Mr. Caneiro.
What, if anything, did you say to him?
I asked specifically if the DVR box for the surveillance cameras was white.
And when you asked him that, where was Mr. Caneiro at that point?
He was now seated in the driver's seat of his car, and I believe his daughter was in the passenger seat.
Was that car in the same area as it was that when you earlier described it to us?
It was.
Do you remember whose car was behind his car?
I believe Patrolman Marino's car, patrol car, was behind his.
And when you asked him about the color, what was his response?
He said that he did not remember.
Were you wearing a body-worn camera that morning?
I was.
Was it activated?
It was.
Did you have a chance to watch that body-worn camera prior to today?
I did.
And did it capture your interactions with Mr. Caneiro that you just described?
Did.
Was it fair and accurate? Was it a fair and accurate portrayal of those interactions?
Yes.
S78, I'm showing counsel. I'm showing you what's been marked as S78. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And what is that?
I believe it's a DVD of my body-worn camera footage.
Thank you. At this point, Judge, the state seeks permission to play S78 and pass out the transcript of that, which is S79.
Okay, you can pass it up. I've given you this charge twice today. You remember?
Yes.
Proud of you. But you guys didn't all say yes.
Yes.
Yes. Thank you. Yes, you can. Everyone's good? Everyone's got a copy?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Prosecutor, go ahead.
Okay, this is S78. Pause, please. Pausing at a timestamp, 3 seconds. Officer, can you just orient us and tell us what we're looking at here?
This is me walking towards where Mr. Caneiro was standing, and this is just a little bit south down the street from where his residence was.
Okay. And is this going to be your first interaction with him or the second one?
I
not, we'll play it and I can ask you.
I'm not sure.
It's
I'm
all
not
right.
sure just by
You
looking
can
at
hit
this.
It's your house? Yes. Where is all the DVD stuff for the cameras and everything in the house?
It's in the garage.
It's in the garage?
Yeah.
Where in the garage at?
Walk in the garage and it's all the way up top to the left.
On top to the left? Do you have them running right now?
I've been having problems with stuff in the garage.
You've been having problems with stuff in the garage?
Yeah.
Okay.
I can take it over actually. One of the companies.
Okay. All right.
I just want to clarify, we're pausing at 47 seconds. Was that your first or second interaction with him?
That was my first
Okay,
interaction.
thank you. We can continue.
So when you walk in the garage, it's to the left. Upper left corner. So he's been having problems with his cameras.
Paused at 2 minutes, 22 seconds. Who was that asking you to ask if it's white?
Patrolman Marino.
Thank you.
Is the DVR for the cameras a white box? You don't know it? Okay. He's not sure.
Was that the entirety of your interactions with the defendant that day?
Yes.
Okay. And how long were you on scene for?
About 2 hours.
Did you have anything more to do with this case?
No, just later that evening, I drove the defendant to the Monmouth County Correctional Institute, but we didn't engage in any conversation.
Okay. Did you, on scene, was your primary role scene security, I guess is what I'm asking?
Yeah, just
Okay.
scene security.
Okay. Thank you, Judge. I have no further questions. I can collect the transcripts.
You can. We can just pass them down to juror number 1 and to juror number 9. Okay, Cross.
Good afternoon, officer. So with respect to the first conversation that you had with Mr. Caneiro, I just want to walk through it a little bit. So you were told to ask Mr. Caneiro for this information, correct?
Correct.
And you ask Mr. Caneiro, where is all the DVD stuff for the cameras and everything in the house, correct? That was your question.
Where the DVR for the camera footage was.
What? Sir, I'm going to approach with what's been marked as S79. This is a transcript of what we just watched, okay? And you can see it's your body-worn camera. It says reviewed by Brendan Bernhard. That's you, right?
Yep.
And it has a legend here. BB is Brendan Bernhard, CW is Wenkowski, that's another officer. PC is Paul Caneiro, KC is Caitlin Caneiro, and RT is radio transmission. So here is what I was referring to, sir. At the top of page 1, you say, where is all the DVD stuff for the cameras and everything in the house, correct?
Correct.
What you meant was the DVR, right?
Correct.
Okay. And after you ask that, between Mr. Caneiro and his daughter, you learn it's in the garage.
Correct.
Right, and specifically you learn it's like up to the right. You walk into the garage and it's all the way up to the right, up top to the left, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And then you ask Mr. Caneiro, do you have them running right now? Right?
Yes.
Okay. And Mr. Caneiro's response is, I've been having problems with stuff in the garage. That's his response, correct?
Correct.
So he says stuff in the garage. Problems with stuff in the garage.
Correct.
And then you repeat it back to him and you say you've been having some problems with stuff in the garage, right?
Yes.
And ultimately, so he says yes, you say okay, and then Mr. Caneiro says, I have a ticket open actually with one of the companies.
Yes.
Indicating some sort of IT issue.
Yes.
So, Mr. Caneiro, to be clear, he never says, I'm having problems with my DVR system, specifically, right?
He did not specifically say that.
He just says, I'm having problems with stuff in the garage, and there's no further clarification at that point, right?
We were talking about the DVR for the cameras, though.
Right. Well, you said DVD for you say all the DVD stuff for the cameras and everything in the house was your question, right?
Yes.
Okay. So, and then you ask if they're running, and he says, I don't know, I've been having problems with stuff in the garage, right?
That's what he said.
And so you don't ask him like, what do you mean by that, right?
No.
That's not your next question.
No.
You only have one goal at that point, which is to just learn where it is, right?
Yes.
Okay. So you're not engaging in a full-blown conversation with him, asking him to elaborate on what that meant, right?
I did not ask that.
Okay. And then you then relay, I guess it's over the radio, to Officer Marino where it's located, right? I'm at the top of the next page if you need to refresh your memory.
I believe that was to Sergeant Malone.
Okay, Sergeant Malone then. So you relay over the radio where it is?
Yes.
And he said when you walk into the garage, it's to the left in the upper left corner, correct?
Correct.
And then you say, he said he's been having problems with his cameras recently, correct? That's what you say he said.
Correct.
But Mr. Caneiro never said that to you, fair?
Correct.
He never said I've been having problems with my cameras. He said stuff, right?
Correct.
And maybe that's how you interpreted it. because you were asking him about cameras, but again, there was no further elaboration or clarification. You're assuming at that point, right? You're assuming that he's having problems with his cameras when he said stuff.
I wouldn't say I was assuming. We were talking about the cameras, and he said he's been having problems with stuff in his garage. So I took it as him having problems with his cameras.
Right, that's how you took it, is my point, right?
Okay.
Yes or no, that's how you took it.
That's how I took it.
Okay. And when did this interaction with Mr. Caneiro occur? How long after you arrived on scene?
I don't remember.
Was it, so this is when right prior to the officers were going to retrieve the DVR, right?
I'm not sure. As I testified, I was not really that close to the house. I was worried about scene security. The other officers were close to the house. They were out of view. I did not see them or where they were.
Okay, but you also know that they got the DVR, right?
Not that evening. I learned after the fact.
Okay. At the time when they were asking you to ask Mr. Caneiro where the DVR was, you understood that to mean because they were looking for it and wanted to retrieve it. Fair?
Not fair. I asked Mr. Caneiro where the DVR was just because my supervisor asked me to ask him that.
Sir. You assumed at the time that they wanted the security footage to review, right?
Objection, asked and answered.
He gave you the answer that he knows. I'm going to ask you to move on from that question.
Sir, you testified in a previous hearing, correct?
Correct.
A hearing in this case,
Correct.
right? So I'm going to... So I'm approaching you with what's been marked as D72 for identification. This is a transcript of a proceeding that you participated in back in April of this year, correct?
Correct.
Okay, I'm going to direct your attention to, first I'm going to direct your attention to page 159. And this is labeled Bernhard Direct, right?
Correct.
And this is where you're sworn in. Officer Brendan Bernhard, sworn state's witness, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so this is your testimony moving forward, starting on page 159.
Correct.
Okay, now I'm going to direct your attention to page 186. We're going to start at the bottom. And you say, I'm asking you about the security footage, right? And I say, and you didn't explain, like you said, you didn't explain why you were asking him the questions about the security footage because you didn't even know why you were asking those questions, right? And then you say, I would say that's fair to say, I mean, yeah, I wasn't entirely sure. And then you say, I assumed that they wanted security footage to view, but I didn't know why they wanted to view it exactly. Did I read that correctly?
You did.
Okay. So you in prior testimony, you indicated that you did assume that they wanted to look at it, right?
I also testified that the reason I asked him is because my supervisor told me to ask him.
That may be why. We can agree that that's why you asked him, correct? That's why you asked him,
Correct.
right? But the reason why the question was relevant, why you were directed to ask it, is so that the footage could be viewed, right? It's a reasonable assumption.
Objection.
I don't even know where we're going. Can we come up here, please? Objection sustained.
Okay. Sir, you authored a report in this case, right?
Correct.
And you authored it, so you responded to the scene on November 20th of 2018, right?
Correct.
Can we approach, actually?
Sure.
Officer, obviously, this conversation with Mr. Caneiro happened before the DVR was retrieved, because that's the purpose of you having the conversation with him in the first place, is so that they know where to then find it, right?
Correct.
Okay. So, that was on November 20th of 2018, correct?
Correct.
Your report was not, you authored a report in this case?
I did.
It was not provided to the prosecutor until last year in 2025, correct?
Objection.
What's the relevance of the date of his report?
The fact that it was provided 7 years later, and and the reason is a Spillman reason, which
Okay,
is relevant.
go ahead.
That's correct.
Okay. And so the reason why your report wasn't provided until 7 years later is because at the time that you wrote the report, you weren't able to enter into Spillman. Is that correct?
I wasn't able to enter into that particular call in Stillman.
Okay. And and when did you, tell me if I'm wrong, at the time that you tried to enter your report, you were trying to write it directly into Spillman, correct?
Correct.
And just so the jurors are aware, what is Spillman?
Spillman is the police database that my police department uses, which we write reports on, and there's a lot of police data on it, confidential police data on it, and that's where we write our police reports on.
Okay. And when did you write your report originally?
I'd like to clarify, I believe I previously testified that it was estimated a day or two after the call for service.
Right.
A more accurate depiction would be between November 20th and November 29th.
Okay. So somewhere in a 9-day time period is what you're saying?
Correct.
So originally you thought maybe it was a day or two, now you're saying it could be a little more than a week.
Correct.
You're not sure when.
The report was saved to when Spillman was locked and I could not access it. I wrote the report on a Word document and saved it to my police file on our police department computer. That file was last edited on November 29th
Okay.
of 2020.
All right. So at that time when you attempted to put it into Spillman, Spillman was locked, meaning you could no longer enter your report into Spillman.
Correct.
And that's because the call or the case was closed at that point, is what you're saying?
The Spillman case was locked,
Okay. And well, why would it be locked?
so no reports could be added or deleted.
Okay. And does that normally happen when the case is concluded?
I mean, in my opinion, the case is still active. I guess if the investigation is concluded, if that's what you...
Well, like, who decides when to lock Spillman?
Objection.
I'm not sure.
He doesn't know.
So, in your report, you discuss your role on the 20th, correct?
Correct.
And at the end of your report, you write NFAT, which stands for no further action taken?
Correct.
Okay, but there was further action taken because, as you just testified, you actually transported Mr. Caneiro that night, correct?
Correct.
And it was the same day, but it was later that evening,
Correct.
maybe going into the next day, but like around midnight or so?
I don't remember the exact time, but yes, later that evening.
Okay, and you didn't memorialize anything about that in your report, correct?
No.
Nothing further, thank you.
No, nothing, Judge.
You can step down.
Thank you, Your Honor.
How you feeling?
Super. Bring the next witness.
I'm going to let you go home for the day. I've seen a lot of your eyes during this afternoon. I'm trained to look into your eyes. So I'm going to let you go home for today. You've had a full day. So we will be back tomorrow morning, same time, same place, better jokes. Have a good night. Please don't discuss this case. Don't do any research. We'll bring you back downstairs. And thank you very much. I really appreciate all your efforts.
don't know if it needs to be on the record, but I just thought I wanted to bring up one topic
Sure.
very briefly. I mean, can we do it in chambers? I don't think.
I was bringing you back to chambers anyway.
I do mine.
Anybody else need to put anything on the record?
No, thank you, Judge.
Right. So I'll see the attorneys in chambers. Can I see the sheriff's officers for a second, please?